Good morning. It's not even morning, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, guys. My name's Calamity Joe, but it might be morning if you're in another country. So I'm going to say good morning, good afternoon, good night, and everything. Yeah, welcome to this stream. This stream should have started at 3 o'clock, but I've decided to start an hour and a minute early. Because why not? We're going to hop over to here to this little house, and we're going to build some stuff today. I feel like building something. There was a bed here, but now there isn't. There was a bed in this room, but now there isn't. So, we're going to head down here for a second, because I know that there's a bed in this little room here. So, Nitty Witty the villager. Maybe we should expand Nitty Witty the villager's house a little bit, you know. Would have been a really good idea. So I'm just going to quickly, I'm going to open the stream up because I need to promote it into my Discord server, because I haven't done that yet. So just going to quickly go to the channel. If you are in the stream, welcome. We've got one viewer at the moment, but I have no idea who that is, and there's no comments in the stream at the moment, so I have no idea who that is. So thank you for joining, whoever you are. Just going to quickly copy that link and shove it in the... There's no one in the stream watching now, apparently. Hold on a minute. So... Right, so posted about the stream, now we can get on with it. Ooh, voila, ooh la la. So, maybe we should expand. Oh, that's why we can't. Because there's a lake right above. Okay, that makes sense. That's why we cannot expand. Because there's a lake right there. Okay, makes more sense now. Well, we can't go anywhere until Nitty Witty decides to move, because this is Nitty Witty's house. Like, we need Nitty Witty to move out the way. So, what we better... We're going to be here for a while. Oh, we're going to be here for a while, guys, because Nitty Witty has absolutely no... My laptop's going flat, just gotta plug the charger in. But bollocks, I forgot to plug the charger in last night. Is my mic on, guys? Is my mic on? Like, I didn't mute it, did I, or something? Because sometimes I've done that. Just gonna grab my mic, my charger. Good, that's the right one. Here we go. Just gonna pull my chair in a bit. Here we go. So that's working. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait for this guy to move out of the way. I want to go and get some glowstone. You guys can see the stream, right? Like I'm not just airing a blank screen. Because to me it looked like a blank screen, which is really odd. So no, you can see what's going on. Fantastic. Hold on a minute. Hi everyone. Just gonna put everyone onto the stream. There we go. I'm gonna go and grab some glowstone first to light up that room a little bit more. So all we need is officially one piece. All we need is one piece of glowstone straight out the doors. So where we're heading is up to that path just there. You know, we could have actually come through this door, but it made more sense to go out the front door because we were closer to the front door. But yeah, we'll forget about that for now, won't we? So we're going down here, then we're turning here because the door is here. There you go, Nitty. There you go. Glowstone, bit of glowstone there to light up the room a bit more. Right, so let's think what else we can build. Yeah, what should we build today? I have absolutely no idea what we can build. The stream has started. The stream has started. Right, so what we're gonna do is think about some build ideas for today. Hello, Double Anchors. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Double Anchors? I'm in the UK. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I didn't mention. I didn't mention the UK. Are you in the UK? I said, are you okay? That's right. Yeah, I'm in the UK as well. Anyway, right. So, what else do I want? Yeah, I said, are you okay? As in, okay, not UK. Are you in the UK? I've got a really thick old British accent, so that that might be part of it. Oh, that's really funny, actually. I really like that. That's really funny. I'm great, you. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. Ooh. Yeah, welcome to the stream. You are the first person in the stream. But you're not the first viewer of the stream. You're the first commenter. I think more people will show up. It's probably because I've started this stream an hour before I was going to. This stream should have started at 3 o'clock, but I decided to start it an hour early. I thought I'd started an hour early just because I was sat here. I was a little bored, so I thought, well, I might as well just start the stream early. Right, so I picked up all this sand. I think it'd be nice if we can find a little cove. Maybe we make a beach. I think it'd be best to go this way. I think it'd be best to go this way because basically if we went around there we'd be going back to there, but then if you walk this way it basically connects up anyway, because this big thing here, this big sea light thing is actually just a big lake. It's actually just a big lake. So literally if we walk to here, if we walk straight to here, then we're literally next to the builds over here, and it's just a huge lake, and this is the smallest crossing really. Yeah, hello to everyone else that's just joined the live stream. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Joseph. Welcome to the stream. Right, so I'm going to go this way because we're going to go this way. We're just going to see. We're going to find a spot to build today. We're going to build a. We're going to build a beach. So, yeah. Hello, Joseph. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Can you get the materials to build Godzilla coming out of the water then everyone's watching on the beach? I don't think I can build Godzilla because I wouldn't know. I don't think I have the materials for that, and also it's not something the aesthetic that I would build, if you get what I mean. As much as I love Godzilla, as much as I love the Godzilla films, it's not something that I would build because it's not my type of build aesthetic. My build aesthetic, mainly, I know where we are. I know where we are, guys. A pyramid will be around the corner. I know exactly where we are because a little pyramid will be around the corner because I built this as a. We wouldn't have found a place for a beach, but then we just found a desert. I have to go. That's all right, Double Anchors. You don't have to watch the entire stream. You know, I've had people like that the other week. I had people the other week asking me. I had the other week on stream. I had people asking me if they could ask me a question. I'm like, you don't have to ask me a question. Just ask. Oh, we might as well sleep here for now. Yeah. Literally, this was going to be like a village. This was going to be like an Egyptian village, but I never got round to finishing it. But it's not an aesthetic that in the context of it, it's I love Godzilla. I love like the 2014 film. I love the original. All right. Oh, well, have a good day. I'll be back later. That's all right. Yeah. You have a good day too. Double Anchors. But yeah, it's not an aesthetic that I would build, Joseph, because I prefer more traditional builds. But yeah, it's not that it's not a good build. It's just not a build that I would build. I prefer more traditional builds, and I don't think it would meet the aesthetic of this Minecraft world. This Minecraft world is more of a traditional build. It's more of like an old Minecraft style. But yeah, it's just not an aesthetic that I would build, but it's not that it's not a good idea. I know where we are. This is I know where we are now. We are near. There's a little beach that we are near. Did I just say beach? I mean, we are near a little build area. We're near like an old farm area that I built, but we hardly have built anything here since. I built it as like a stream challenge thing in 2002, well, when we were in COVID in 2020. Who remembers 2020, guys? Who remembers coronavirus 2020? No, you don't remember coronavirus? How can you not remember coronavirus? It was like 5 years ago. Yeah, let's go up here. Yeah, that's confused me, Joseph, because the coronavirus pandemic was literally 2019 to 2023. How do you not remember it? Because it only ended the pandemic only ended 2 years ago. What am I looking for? I don't recognise any of this land. I honestly don't recognise any of this. This is real odd. Like I don't recognise any of this land here, guys. Hold on. Now I do recognise it. Because I'm getting rid of this mountain here. How have we come out across here? That is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. Well, we've not come out where I thought we would come out. We've come out here. I thought we would have come out further over there. That's so weird. At least I know where we are. That's a good thing. That's a positive, guys, is that I know where we are. But of all the places I expected to come out, it wasn't here. Yeah. Yeah. A wolf and an... is that a Puerto Rican flag? It's too... There's not enough stars there to be United States. Or is it Libyan? Does Libya have the same sort of flag? Or is it Liberia? No, Liberia. Yeah, it's Liberia. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's Liberia. Yeah, because the reason that I think the United States bought... I think Liberia had something to do with the United States, didn't it? Liberia. Oh yeah. Liberia was a colony. Was a colony set up by former African American slaves and three people of color from the U.S. in the 19th century. Yeah, that's why it's got a. That's why it's got the flag. Yeah. Do 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 ba bum ba bum bing ba bong bing ba bing bing ba bong bing ba bong bing ba bing ba boom ba bing bing ba bong 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 bong bing. Yeah. So what should we build? I think actually no. I think I know what we're gonna do actually. Saying that, I think we could. I think today we could actually. I think today would actually be beneficial to do some agriculture stuff. So today would actually be useful if we started chopping some trees down. It'd be useful as we started chopping these trees down so we can collect as much wood as possible, because my wood stores, guys, are starting to dwindle. So we're gonna do that for a minute. Here we go. So I think this is a better idea on Bedrock Edition, because on Bedrock Edition you get sticks from wood, you get sticks from trees, which is a brilliant idea. So you can really you can get unlimited sticks. I mean, you can get it. I mean, I know you can get them from wood, but it's a useful thing. It's a useful idea. So. I mean, if we had some shears on us, you know, we could be collecting leaves right now as well, which that would be quite a useful material to collect as well. But, you know, it's not that bad. So, collecting more materials as it stands. Is a useful idea. So, here we go. We're just going to go around collecting as much of these saplings as we can. I mean, the more saplings we gather, so I've picked up 4 acacia saplings from that. I mean, we can always pick up more as well, so the more we pick up, the more useful it is, I think. Right, so I'm going to quickly pick up as much of this wood as we can. Dogs? What about dogs? Right, so tree, hello LTO6, welcome to the stream. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we are doing trees at the moment. My wood stores on my world are looking a bit low, so I've decided to just come down into the tree farm and get as much saplings as I can. Right, so what have we gathered? Actually, let's bring all these saplings here. We don't need the torches. What's the newest wood? Ooh, there hadn't been any wood. The newest wood at the time, there hadn't been any new wood at the time. The newest wood at the time was dark oak, acacia and jungle, because all the other wood had been added. All the other woods had been added. Those were the last 3 added. Basically, most people think that they're like they're old now, but they were newer. But they've been in the game as long as I can remember, so I think it was one of those. I don't know, you tell me, Decepted. Decepted just messaged me, how TF can I tell you? And I just said, well, I don't know, you tell me. Yeah. I know it's one of them. Yeah. But I think they've been in Minecraft longer than I've played it. I started playing Minecraft in 2014. I think they were in the game when I started playing. Because I started playing the game when I was 12. I started playing Minecraft when I was 12, so I think they've at least been in the game longer than I've played it. Yeah, 1.5 to 1. We're all in 2014, I believe. Yeah, I think they've been in the game at least as long as I've played Minecraft. So we can now plant some more trees down. So on acacia we've got 6 saplings now. Now, because they keep dropping, like we could still get more. We could still get 2 more acacia from that. They should update the game. They can't. On this version, they can't update it. Hi, hello, my name is Louise, and it's my birthday. Cool, happy birthday. How many saplings we got in here? Ooh, we got loads. They update, yeah, with bug fixes, yes, but they are physically they can't add more. They can't add new stuff to the game because they've lost the contract with their contract with Minecraft is no longer exists, so they can't go and add any more to the game, as in add any new stuff. They can go in and fix the old stuff, but officially they can't go and add new stuff. I'm not AFK. I'm not AFK. What Minecraft do you play? Nintendo Switch Edition 4J Studios version. I'm playing the 4J Studios version of Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. Yeah, they can go in and fix old stuff, but they can't officially. They can't go in and add any of the new stuff because their contract with Microsoft no longer exists. Oh, I just got electrocuted. I just got a static shot through my thumb. Ow. But yeah, like, I'm gonna go play some 1.7. So bye for it. Goodbye. Have a good rest. Well, if you don't come back to the stream, have a good rest of your day. There we go. By the way, I'm from Indonesia, bro. Nice to meet you. Cool. We have quite a big viewing from Indonesia. I have quite a big following from America, the UK, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and India. That's normally where the bulk of my viewers are from. Let's go put those saplings in there, and we'll now let these saplings grow. Because we've given it space, these other saplings should... These other saplings should now... These other saplings should now go and grow a bit. I think we need more torches. Hello, Omnivale. I'm really well. How are you? I'm just putting odd torches around a second, everyone. It's just so these trees grow a bit more. Here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Fantastic. We're just sort of clearing out the tree farm so we can get others to grow a bit. So, like how I just did in there, I'm going to put torches on the ground here. Perfect. So now these should grow now. Well, I am hoping they grow. We're going to get a jungle tree from this one. No, we won't. Hello, Kobe Brian. Welcome to the stream. There we go. Just want to put those saplings in. Yeah, I'm really well, Omnivale. How are you? Sorry, I didn't respond quick enough. Yeah, hello, Kobe Brian. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Kobe Brian? What am I doing? Well, what we were doing just then is we cleared the tree farm. What we were doing was we cleared the tree farm, and we've gone into replant. I'm fine. My muscles are still sore after working out, even when I ate my usual amount of protein. I guess I have to start eating more, which is obviously a good sign. Well, I suppose it depends what you're trying to do, though, Omnivale, to be honest. Are you trying to gain muscle, or... Are you trying to gain muscle? Yeah, I've been going for a minute. Why is there a crown here? It's a new feature they've added because I'm monetized now. People who talk in the stream a lot get crowns as top fans. So the top three at the moment, Kobe Brian, are you, Joseph, and Omnivale, and then the other people are number 4, 5, and 6. So LTEO6, Libitso BRKK, and Regs 42. But yeah, hello Patrick, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've been going for a month now. Hello Riku Plays, welcome to the stream. Hello New here, welcome. We are currently just on my I'm on my Minecraft survival world. I'm just sorting out my tree farm. Playing on Xbox. No, this is Nintendo Switch, but it's the it's the same version as the Xbox, except it's the old non-crossplay version. Basically, 4J Studios created the same Minecraft version on loads of consoles. Yeah, to answer the question, Omnivore, sorry. Yeah, I think it's more the more you eat. I think they call it bulking up, because the stronger you are, the more you bulk, or something like that. I think that's what it is. Greetings from China. Hello, Karim Khan. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I was going to say, Omnivore. So yeah, like the honestly, Omnivore, my friend did it. My friend Decepted did it. Decepted's been going to the gym for a few years, and when he started going to the gym, Decepted going to the gym, he gained muscle, but he also gained weight from going. I see the texture pack is so nostalgic. It is. This is just a natural one. I can change my texture pack to other things, like some of the other ones that you had on this version, but you know, this is just OG Minecraft. This is Minecraft. Chicken are a good source of protein. Yeah. For example, are you still here, Omnivale? I don't know if you're still in the stream. I'm going to use Decept as an example if you're still here. How you doing, Joe? I'm doing really well. How are you, Karim Khan? How are you? Yeah, this is the old Switch version though. How's home? I am well. I think home's great. I want to be on holiday though, everyone. I'm not going to be on holiday for another 2 months, so I want to be on holiday though. I really want to be on holiday right now. Yeah, are you still in the stream, Omnivel? Because I can't see your comment if you are, but as you said about like having to eat more and things like that. Yeah, I've got a really nice pickaxe, Fortune 3. So if you have a Fortune 3 pickaxe, you get more from ores, and plus it ups your XP levels. I'm going out with my siblings in 10 minutes, so I'll probably head out now. Yeah, I'm still... Yeah, Decepted was the same. Decepted... My friend Decepted went to the gym and started going to the gym. He was literally 7 stone, so... Decepted started going to the gym. He was literally 98 pounds and 5'11". I think he's like 10 stone now. But yeah, if you are in the gym, muscle weighs more than fat. So if you are skinny, then yeah, muscle and protein does make you stronger, but also it does up your weight, because muscle does weigh more than fat. It's why you see really healthy, really buff people. It's why they weigh 200 pounds and don't look fat. But yeah, that's exactly why they eat a lot, because they've got to maintain it. So Decepted did it exactly the same. Just basically Decepted was 98 pounds when he started going to the gym, and he's now like 140. So he gained 42 pounds of muscle since going. Because me and Decepted once joked, actually. Me and Decepted once made a joke that I was 2 inches shorter than him, and I weighed more than double him. But yeah, so that's what, when it says about the people going to the gym, yeah, that's why eating is very important part of it. Yeah, have a good one, and you enjoy yourself. What was I going to say, everybody? Does looting do the same on a pickaxe? Looting is, I don't know actually. I've got it on my sword. I don't know actually. That is true. I wouldn't know, guys, because I'm actually quite overweight. I wouldn't know because I'm actually quite overweight and on the short side. Although I am stronger than I look, guys. Yeah, looting is more for weapons like swords than pickaxes. I have it on my sword. Like, you can't have fortune and silk touch on the same pickaxe because they do the counter opposite. Having fortune and silk touch on the same pickaxe doesn't work because they're basically the counter opposite. One basically turns them all into ores, and one turns them into the block, and one takes the ingot or the ore and doubles it. Why do I have this coal on me for? Oh, I was going to turn it into blocks. I turn all my coal into blocks because it's just easier for storage. I mean, it is soothing. It's like satisfying. All you gotta do is just have a huge pile of ores here, and then just that's why I have so many diamonds. This is neither of them. This is the original Nintendo Switch from 2017. This is the original. This is not OLED nor. Hello, DreamXD Pro 5600. Welcome to the stream. Right, so what else do we have? You serious? Bum, 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 bum. So how much are we gonna get from that? We got 8 from those 4. Add that 23 onto it. Add that 64. That 5. Anything else in any of these that we could just quickly... Actually, hold on. I play it on my console. Cool. Yep. Let's grab a crafting table. There's 2 here. Don't ask me why there's 2 crafting tables on the top of each other. That was my friend Decepted. He basically... Decepted basically put 2 pickaxes together and was like, yeah, I started playing Minecraft back in 2014, but I had played it in like 2012 on a school computer. Do you have kelp on that version? No, kelp wasn't added. Kelp was the next update afterwards. Because this is Nintendo Switch edition, I only got up to 1.12. I only got up to 1.12, which that was the update the one update before. It looked like for a long time it looked like this was going to be on that version. It looked like we were going to get that version, and then they announced the Bedrock, and then 4J just went, well, yeah, you're not going to get it now. Yeah, because I think you're a couple of years older than me, Kerem can, I think. So yeah, you probably would have. I started at 1.8, I think. I think the first update I played was 1.8. Yeah, it looked like we were going to get it. Why don't you use Minecraft Java Edition? Because I just don't want to, really. I do. Hello, YouTuber Hubu 2007. Welcome to the stream. I do have that version. I just never really played it because I'm terrible at computer games. I can't play keyboard and mouse. I'm like ultra bad at it. So this coal, I want to shove that in here with that. Hold on a minute. We got enough to make it into some blocks. Hold on, we're going to make 4, aren't we? Good. Java is on PC and I don't use PC. Yeah. Well, it's also on laptop. Yeah, I do have Java Edition, but I only because I bought it with Bedrock Edition because it was cheaper to buy both of them together than just buy Bedrock. We're on the same page, Lob. I'm slow trying to get used to it. Yeah, I'm just really bad at it, but I've always been bad at it. The reason wow, you're cool. Oh, thank you. The reason I play Bedrock Edition, though, is because the Bedrock Edition on my laptop, you can plug a controller into it. Hab 17. Cool. Well, it depends what you think. Some people will say Bedrock, some people say Java, but I think, personally, I think it's Legacy Console. Out of them all, I would put Legacy Console Edition on there, because Legacy Console Edition is what made it famous. Yeah, I know you, Hab. Welcome, Hab. Yeah, so like making it, for example, I think it's Legacy Console Edition, because Legacy Console Edition is what all the big YouTubers back in the day played, which made the game really popular when it came out on like its consoles. Acclamative Joe, you here? Yes, I am here. You can't start Acclamative Joe YouTube live stream without me. But yeah, like but like as I was saying though, like Legacy Console Edition, dude, some random person died today. What? Well, yeah. Are you talking about you yourself, or are you saying about just a person in general? Yeah. But no one's random though. It's wrong to say random. There's nobody in the world which is random. Everyone has a family. Everyone is a mother. Everyone is a child, a father, a mother of someone, an aunt, an uncle. Every person in this world has someone. It's like, you can say, why would you care about a random person, but why would you care about a celebrity? Isn't a celebrity just a random person too? Like I had an argument with someone on Discord a while back. This person said, why should I care about why should I care about a random person from Ipswich dying? And I said to this guy, I said, for all you know, that random person from Ipswich made your house, made your roof, put your roof together, put your thing together. Just because they aren't famous doesn't mean they didn't do a job. Like everybody has a job. Builders build your houses. Doctors make sure that make sure you're safe, you're healthy. Surgeons make sure that your surgery's fine. Every single person, every single life has value. Like Boris Johnson, for example. Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister of the UK from 2019 to 2022. Boris Johnson could have died in 2020. When COVID happened, Boris Johnson caught COVID. When Boris Johnson was Prime Minister in COVID, he caught COVID and was within 48 hours of dying of COVID, and 2 doctors sat by his side and made sure he didn't die for 48 hours. And he named his son, who was born just afterwards, he named his son's middle names the names of the first names of the doctors that saved him. So that's an example of where someone famous. That's an example of just regular people being heroes. Without them, Britain would have lost the Prime Minister. And it's the same thing of every life has value. You've got to respect all professions. You just got to respect everyone. If someone gets money and fame for calling for like racial tension and things like that, yeah, you don't respect them. Like, you don't respect things, but you've got to say that. You can't turn around and wish someone dead. Like, there's a man in the UK called Nigel Farage. He's one of the political party leaders, but a guy in my college class said he wished that he dropped down dead. And I said, well, you can't wish for someone to drop down dead, because even though you might not like them, they have got a family. They have got kids. Like, you can't just wish people dead because you don't like their views. Like, but it's true, innit? You can't. Not every even if you don't like someone, you can't just turn around and, wish them dead. But it's short-sightedness as well, though, guys. It's short-sightedness. Yeah, that building, that's with water and glass on it. Oh, that... should I go back there? Should I go back there? I'll explain what it... I'll explain what the building is. I'll go back and I'll explain what it is, because it's literally just in front, behind that, in front of that building, to the side of that one. Yeah, we'll go back there. Yeah, I drew inspiration from that. So basically, what it is, I build mini games myself. So basically, the idea is this is a boat racing game. This is a boat racing. The idea is this is a boat racing game. So you race each other around the track. So you can race each other around the track. So I've made these little glass things as little tracks. And I just thought it looked cool. I just thought like the design layout looked cool. It looks like little beaches and you're trying to chase each other around. But you swim up here. If you swim up here, let's just see where the next track is, That's the one. If you swim up here, this is where you can battle in boats. It's basically like a boat battling game. This is basically it's 3 mini games in once. So boat battling, and the idea is in that goblet there's going to be a dolphin. So when I move this to Bedrock Edition, yeah, I drew inspiration from this. So the idea is this is boat battling. You got boat racing, and then the idea is like King of the Hill. This is King of the Hill. I have made a King of the Hill mini game, but I've made it just stupidly. So the idea is this is boat battling, underneath is boat racing, and then swim with dolphins is there. This is King of the Hill, and this is actually called King of the Hill. That's generally the name, and it's just a mini game that I come up with myself on my friend's realm. On my friend's realm, 3 of us were. He gave all 3 of us. There was 3 of us playing. We would give an hour to go and build a mini game for everyone to play. So I built this. So I built this mini, and the idea is you have your host pod and you have a stick, and you're trying to basically knock your opponent off, but you're also trying to be King of the Hill. But the idea is as well, you can battle your opponent anywhere. So on these points you've got 2 ladder stairs that can go up. If you fall down any further, so if you fall down onto these different layers, it's basically like a layer game. So there's also parkour you can do, but also if you fall down onto this layer, which is the lowest layer, you can go around and get a ladder all the way up. You can get a ladder so far up, but then if you fall down and get the higher ladder, you can go all the way up. And it's basically it's basically King of the Hill, except you have more chances. And in fact, the chances are you can fall off and get back up, because initially it was water, and then we thought it was funnier if you put slabs. We thought it was funnier if you put like and funner if you put slime blocks, and there's points that you can jump and then shoot yourself back up. But slime blocks, yeah. So the idea is then there is points where you can fall and just die, which is why we have 4 host pods. But then the highest point is here. Your aim of the game is to get to here, and whoever is at the top at the end is the King of the Hill. So I've just fallen off. But the idea is the only place you can't fight in this, the only place you can't fight your opponent is the host pod. You can't fight in the little host pods. That's the only place you can't fight. So if I run over here, you can see what the mini game looks like. So yeah, it's basically just a huge arena. It's basically just a huge sort of game. There, we've got loads of mini games. We've got I have got a chess. We've got chess, which I've built a chessboard. We did have Ludo here, but it looked like a German flag. It looked like a 1940s German flag. So it accidentally. So this is going to be a pyramid mini game, which I haven't quite designed the inside yet. Over here we got the tower. You know, there's a mini game. You guys know there's mini. You know the mini games, the bridge, guys. You know when you have the mini games of the bridge, and you're trying to fight across a one-sided a 1x1 bridge. This is it. So you're trying to get your opponent's bed. What else we got? What else we got? We've got fire. The whole point of this is doing parkour and putting a house out, which the house is not on fire right now. This is just a normal area. I call this game cracked. With an egg. I call this game cracked. With an egg, you're trying to knock your opponent's blocks off, and they're trying to knock yours off. And there's a glass floor showing where the hill used to be. There's a river rushing through here. There's a river that comes through here, and I covered it over and built more minigames on it. I've got this battle pit. We've got a PvP arena, hotel. That's obviously King of the Hill, like I've said. We got a game called Fight the Height, which there's a sign saying Fight the Height on both sides, I think. Yeah, there's a game saying Fight the Height, and I've never been very good at spelling, guys, so I put it wrong. I spelt fight wrong. Over here we've got a spleef arena, but it's designed to look like a gladiator arena. It's a genuine spleef arena, but it's designed to look like a genuine gladiator arena. I don't have to. It's on peaceful. I put it on. Sometimes I'll put it on peaceful if we're building anything. If we're building anything, but we can sleep. So the idea is, it looks like a spleef arena. It's a spleef arena, but it looks like it's meant to look in the style of a gladiator arena. Let's go into here. This game's called Lights Out. This game's called Lights Out, and you're fighting your opponent trying to get switches to turn your 4 lights on. So if they're green, it's your side, and if they're black, it's you have creeper side, and you have creeper side and enderman side, and basically whoever's side is on. So you've got black lever and green lever and you're basically trying to stop your opponents from turning all their lights on. Whoever turns all their lights on first wins the match. Yeah, whoever turns theirs on first wins the game. Over here we've got Volcano Spleef. This is designed to look like a volcano, and it looks bigger than the first time. Has Stampy invented this game? Like the light switch game. The light switch game was totally me. I've just made this as well. I just made an old ice rink. I just made an ice rink. Yeah. No, the gladiator and spleef arenas are all me. But I drew inspiration from some of his mini games, but yeah, most of these mini games are my own designs and ideas. So the idea is, this is a genuine bumper cars arena. This is meant to be a genuine bumper cars arena. So you can go in and intentionally crash. There we go. I've designed it to look old as well. So, and we've got this mini game up here, which we'll go up to in a minute. And we got a pyramid mini game that I've never finished. We've got a... I need to finish this. I need to finish this. That's volcano spleef. We did have lava coming down the sides, but I've got rid of the lava for a second because we had an issue with it a few weeks ago. Random pyramid mini game. What else do we have? Let's go up here to boat battle. This is a bit more of a challenging mini game, and this took a while to build. It's not quite finished yet. It's not operational just yet, but we're almost there. It's not quite... It's not quite finished, this one here, but we're almost there. So, right, got to be careful now because we don't want to fall. So, we've got boat battle, and the idea is a design that I made on my friend's world a few years ago. I just fallen. Oh, and that's fine. We might have just lost 30 XP levels, but that's fine. Problem is, we just landed on the roof of that build, so I was hoping if we could have landed any further this way, I was hoping we would land in the river, but some of our stuff's on there, so I knew that as soon as that happened. I was like, yeah, we're falling on here, aren't we? Never mind. Right, we're gonna go back up now anyway. So the logic of this game, which we'll talk about in a second, everyone, after we get to the pirate ship. After we get onto the boat. Pretty much, it's not capture the flag, no, it's sort of the game mechanics. I'll explain it in a second what the game mechanics are. I want to make sure we get onto the pirate ship first, because the last time I missed the part, I missed the block. I'll explain what it is when we're on the safety of the pirate ship. Yeah, I didn't jump high enough. Like that was weird then. I just found that really confusing because I pressed A to jump and then it didn't do anything. That's so bizarre. I've just come out the wrong way. Yeah, I pressed A to jump and it didn't do it. That's really confused me then. I pressed A to jump to the boat and it didn't work. Oh, I love that. We've now got to go up to grab the dirt. The dirt that we used to get up there the first time, we've now got to go up and grab some more to get up there. To grab the dirt. But yeah, we're going to go back up there. We are going back up there. And this time it's going to work. But yeah, it didn't... That's so... But that confused me. Because that's really bizarre. Like, we didn't... Oh, hold on. We built this on the... Above a mini game that we had built a few years ago. Which we never finished. That really confused me because we jumped, but it didn't jump. I pressed A and instead it walked me off the edge, which is so confusing. But you know, it's one of those. Right. Thank you to everyone that's watched this stream so far. 145 of you have watched this stream. So yay, we did it. Right, anyway. So the logic of this game is, if we step onto here, the logic of the game here is that you're operating one pirate ship, your friend or whatever is operating the other, and there's going to be TNT in the pirate ship. So the logic is, it's basically bed wars. It's basically bed wars with pirate ships. So basically, I didn't know what Bed Wars was. I didn't know what Bed Wars was when I built this mini game on my friend's world in 2017, and me and my friend played it the other week, and I was like, I'm gonna build this in my survival world. So, which is why we've done it in the sky, so we can blow the. Which is why we've done it in the sky, so we can blow the pirate ships up without damaging anything below, but also, this game would always have to be played on exit without saving. So there will be points on the Bedrock edition which I don't think this will be possible to play on the Bedrock copy. I think. Well, I think on the Bedrock edition it would. I think on the Bedrock edition it would have to be adapted to. On the Bedrock edition, it would have to be adapted to you get onto the enemy pirate ship and you take their bed. Rather than you blow up their ship and destroy their bed, because there's no exit without saving on Bedrock edition, which there should be. That basically means if someone joins your world and destroys it, it basically means if you join someone's world, yeah, basically means on Bedrock edition, if someone comes in and blows your world up, you can't. You're stuck with it, which I think is wrong. You should have the chance to exit without saving, because, like I said, say you've built a super world, like for example. I wouldn't blow my own trumpet, guys, but I think this world is super. I've been playing on it for a long time. Like, I've been playing on it. I had a couple of weeks ago. I had someone join my world and go, "Wow, you've been playing this world for a long time. How long have you been playing this world for?" And the guy commented, "Oh, 9 years." I said. So they went, "Oh, so you've been playing this since I was 4." Honestly, they made me feel so old by saying that, because I realised that I was a decade older than they were. Yeah, they made me feel old. Oh, so you created this world when I was 4. I'm like, what? Yeah, they made me feel so old that day. I was like, okay. Isn't Minecraft like 11 or 12 years old? No, Minecraft's older than that. Minecraft's 15 years old. Minecraft was created in 2009, so I would have been 7. Yeah, Minecraft's a lot older than you think. Minecraft has been out for 16 years. Yeah, Minecraft was, you know when they brought out the trial chambers in 2024? When they brought out the trial chambers in 2024, that they made that to celebrate 15 years of Minecraft. I think they should have done more to celebrate 15 years. Yeah, Minecraft came out in 2009. But that was when it initially came out. But the full game wasn't released till 2012, 11. But that was the early alpha. The early alpha was 2009. But back in the day, I think you only had cobblestone dirt, and I swear I saw a Minecraft. Yeah, 2019. I remember making a little promotional video for it. I made little videos celebrating 10 years of Minecraft. In fact, yeah, it would have been 2019. They celebrated 10 years of Minecraft. So, how old would I have been? It came out in May. I would have been. That's 2019. Yeah. Yeah. So, 10 years of Minecraft was 2019. That's when they brought out the 10 years of Minecraft world, and then they brought out a 15 years of Minecraft last year. But yeah, it made me feel old because I would have been. Nah, I'm baffled, lol. Yeah, I would have been 6 when Minecraft came out, because it came out in May of 2009, so I wouldn't have been 7 yet. So that Minecraft came out when I was 6. That makes me feel old, that Minecraft's 16 years old. And I was 6 when it came out. Well, almost 7. Jesus. It's like Roblox. Roblox came out in 2000 and... But I expect you're young, Rico Plays, so when you're younger, your perception of time is different. Your perception of time is different when you're younger. I mean, as you get older, you think time runs quicker. As you get older, you think time runs quicker. Like, for example, do you remember COVID, the coronavirus pandemic? Yeah, I'm going to use COVID. I'm going to use coronavirus as a example. Rico Place. Do you remember the coronavirus pandemic? I'm saying that because I mentioned it earlier on, and I had a guy in my stream that apparently doesn't know what COVID was, which they've got to, because there's no way they're only 4 years old. Yeah, coronavirus. Because of, obviously, I was 17 when at the start of COVID. Nearly 8, I think I was 18 later in the year. In my head, COVID was 2 days ago. In my head, it feels like it was a day ago. It feels like last week. COVID for me feels like last week, bearing in mind that it was actually 5 years ago. So some other people who are younger, like say 16, who are 16 now, they would have been 11 at the time, and 5 years ago to them, it would feel like a lifetime ago. Whereas for me, COVID feels like it was a week ago. It feels like 2 years. Yeah, it feels like a week for me. It feels like a week. Bloody hell, COVID was a time period. Jesus. I went into COVID at a normal weight and I came out fat. Making that joke. I've made that. I don't know how many times I've made that joke, but it is still funny. But oh, I was trying to read something then, and I tried to take a screenshot, and this button got in the way. I just found something really funny, and then it disappeared. Yeah. But honestly, that's just a thing of time perception. So that's just a thing of time perception, everybody, to be honest. Like, for some people, like Rico Plays in the Streams just said, like, COVID feels like 2 years ago for them, when in my head it was 2 weeks ago. In fact, what was it? 3 months in the UK. It was 3 months of just you're going to sit down. I haven't got anything to do, so I'm just going to sit down. I'm going to write this story that I'm working on. I'm going to film all these YouTube videos, and then I'm going to eat food. That was it. That was, for me, that was COVID. I'm going on little walks. I'm going on little walks in the woods, guys. But I still come out of... But I stand by it, guys. I still come out of COVID 35 kg heavier than I went in. And if you don't know what 35 kg is, that's roughly, I don't know, 5 stone. That's roughly 5 stone. That's roughly 80 pounds. So yeah. But who cares? It was 5 years ago. It'd be so weird, like, you know, Boris Johnson, who was Prime Minister of the UK at the time, in 2019, he promised a decade of Britishness or something like that, and then literally two weeks afterwards, COVID started to happen, and you could see cases of it across China and things like that. And then I remember being really ill in bed with the flu, and then I saw, oh, a 5th person has tested positive in the UK for COVID. And we were like, oh, it's not too bad. In fact, my college lecturer at the time told us that people were taking a fuss. My college lecturer at the time told us that people were making a fuss over nothing, and COVID was just the common cold. COVID was really the common cold, and it was just the media thinking about it. Literally 3 weeks after he said that, we were in a national lockdown with cases up to nearly 60,000 a day. Can you try Grow a Garden? I don't play Roblox in Babolo. I've never played it. I have no intention of playing it. I'm not going to force myself to play a game that I don't like. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. We can play Grow a Garden in Minecraft. It was literally 3. In fact, like, just because of a bat soup, I don't think it was. I don't think a bat had anything to do with it. Personally, I believe it was more the lab leak theory. Because I believe it was more of a lab leak theory, because you might like it, but I don't like Roblox. Roblox still looks like a low budget game from 2005, in my opinion. I'm not going to force myself to play a video game that I don't like. Yeah, I'm not. What? It's obvious a bat was thing, but I'm convinced it was a lab leak. I'm convinced it was a lab leak, because it's just too specific. COVID was too specific. If you get what I mean, you'll get it. It'll affect you badly if you have an underlying health condition, and if you're old. And then the one country that got over it quicker than everyone else is China. which I find quite interesting, that China, after 3 months, it was dead. And then you got to think 2 years later, you know, every other country was still pulling loads out. I'm convinced either China lied about the numbers of people that had it, or... Oh yeah, are you talking about COVID? Yes, I said about how we were talking about time perceptions actually. So I think COVID was like 2 weeks ago, whereas Riku Plays feels that it was more 2 years ago. But and we were talking about time perception. When you're older, Zimbabolo, when you get older, your time perception changes. So my perception of time I was 17 when COVID happened, so I was 17 and a half when COVID started. So I'm convinced I had COVID. It was the worst thing ever. Yeah, so did I. I had COVID, but I didn't have any symptoms. I found out I was asymptomatic, so I basically had COVID, and I could have given it to like 1,000 people because I wouldn't have known. I was 8. Yeah. What I mean, Zimbabolo, is I was 17. I was 18. I was almost 18. So, for example, I could have given COVID to 1,000 people, because that's why a lot of people got it, because there were some people that generally didn't have symptoms. I had absolutely no symptoms at all, so I could have gone into college, got on the bus, and I could have given it to loads of people. But time perception, so because I was 17, 18, to me COVID feels like it was 2 weeks ago, whereas to other people it feels like 5 years ago. It feels like a lifetime ago. Whereas to me it feels like it was literally, last year. Whereas for some people it feels like it was a lifetime ago. Like, I'm sat here and I was like, I was gonna turn 18 that year, and I had wrote down something called 18 things I want to do before I'm 18, and I didn't get to do any of them because we were in lockdown. We were in lockdown 3 times. We were in lockdown 3 times. So, wow. The second one didn't feel like a lockdown. The second one was sort of a lockdown, but you still had to go into college. How did COVID even happen? Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories. I'm convinced it was a lab leak, because what they do in that laboratory in Wuhan is quite dodgy. So I'm convinced it was a lab leak. Some people say it comes from a bat, which it does come from a bat. But I'm thinking they were experimenting with bats in this lab. So I'm convinced they accidentally let a bat out with it. Hello, Swiss Rex. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I'm convinced it was a lab leak. But everyone else can have a different opinion. I did think a woman ate a bat. Yeah, well, in China they eat anything. Like, there's some food in China that you just wouldn't eat anywhere else. Like, the amount of insects and things that they sell, like the amount of insects. So I think they just eat anything. So, but I'm convinced there was a woman that raised it. There was a lady in China. That worked for this lab. She voiced concerns about it, and she's disappeared. No one's seen her since. There was a thing about it a few years ago. But yeah, we've just hit my height in views. So does China start it? The virus started in China, and they built a huge hotel in like 20 days. It's a hospital in 28 days. There's no way you can build a hospital from scratch in 20 days. So I'm convinced they already had the parts waiting to do. But talking about that in that regard, everybody, though, I always thought their numbers was too specific. Oh, we've made 160 million tests. Every other country was like 75,569,732. China was exactly 160 million to the dot. And I always thought it was strange. Joe, can I Airbnb your desk? Why would you want to Airbnb my desk? What? You want to bed and breakfast my desk? I don't think you're going to fit on my desk. Well, you might do if you're 168 centimeters or under, but so I can eat my food comfortable. But that's not why do they call them Airbnbs? Just call it a B&B like everything else. Bed and breakfast. I've never understood what an Airbnb is as opposed to a B&B. I mean, a bed and breakfast is exactly the same thing. They call it, now they put air in front of it. Like, why? I'm going to Google it. Here it is. What's the difference between an Airbnb? The main difference between a bed and breakfast and an air bed and breakfast is, B&Bs are typically smaller owned operated establishments. Airbnbs are a platform connecting travellers with a wide range of accommodations. Entire homes to individual rooms with varying levels of host interaction. Yeah, but it's... Have you ever seen an English beach? Of course I've seen an English beach because I'm English. It's a brand more like, yeah. But a B&B is the same thing. Like an Airbnb is basically like a hotel at some points. It's basically in the UK you can buy summer homes. You can rent you can go on a holiday and rent a summer home for a bit, for like a week. Yeah, do you know why that is though? Do you know why beaches in the UK have lots of cliffs? Because our cliffs are very much a Triassic and Jurassic. One of the big coasts in the UK, Swiss Rex, is called the Jurassic Coast. And the reason it's called the Jurassic Coast is because if you look at it, you realise that the cliffs there are from the time of the dinosaurs. It is a British Isles stream. I am from the British Isles, but even Ireland, even if you're Irish, you're from the British Isles, because the British Isles is classed as the reason it's called Great Britain is because it's the bigger island of the British Isles. No wonder you're still using old Minecraft. What? Because I'm Jurassic. Thank you. Yeah, the reason they call it Great Britain is because it's the greater island. Greater is another word for bigger. It's the bigger island, so they call it Great Britain. Because it's the greater island in the British Isles. It's sort of like that. Because it's always been called the British Isles. The Romans called it Britannia. The Romans called it, as I said, Britannia. Why don't we use blacksmiths anymore? Because we don't need them. It's illegal to wield a weapon. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop dissing. You don't have to diss. You're not dissing. It's fun. It's a bit of fun. I could say the only difference between British and American people is McDonald's, but although I do like a McDonald's, guys. I need to have a McDonald's. I haven't had one in ages, guys. Haven't had one in ages. Well, I had one 2 weeks ago, actually, saying that. Yeah. In culture and history, yeah, well, I love history. To be honest, I absolutely love history. It's my strongest subject. So a lot of people claim about history now. A lot of people are ignorant about history now and say like colonialism was evil. Colonialism wasn't evil in itself. It was a necessary part of humanity at that point. If you wanted your country to survive, you needed to colonize. You needed materials from other lands. But a lot of people look past that now and call it evil, but it wasn't evil to a point. Yeah, colonialism wasn't evil to a point. It was oppressive. People did oppress. So they called it evil because of the rulers. Yeah. All these people say it's evil now, but back in the day it was colonize or be colonized, if you get what I mean. So the Aztecs, if the Aztecs had gotten to if the Aztecs had got to for example, a guy in my college class said this to me. He goes, yeah, but colonization was brutal. And I said, well, yes, it was, but everyone was doing it. If the Aztecs had gotten to boats faster, they would have colonized us. But the difference was Europe. There was more competition in Europe, so everyone needed an edge. So they just developed better and better boats, and it got to the point. Yeah, that's true, Swiss Rats. But also as well, you've got to look at the fit. You've got to look at the context of it as well and go, like Great Britain wouldn't exist without Rome. For example, Great Britain couldn't exist without Rome. So we were a tribal nation at the time. Before Rome invaded Great Britain, Britain was a tribal nation led by Druids. Great Britain had loads of Celtic tribes, and we were worshipped by Druids, and we were led by Druids, and then Rome turns up and wipes out the Druids and builds the city of London. It builds 5 cities in across all of the country. Well, yeah, Great Britain was Celtic. I don't know whether I've got any Celtic blood in me or if I'm descended from the Romans. But for all you know, I could be descended from the Anglo-Saxons. But after Rome left, who turned up? The Anglo-Saxons turned up from northern Germany. So you can say Great Britain's evil for colonisation, but Great Britain was just doing what they knew. They were colonised, so they colonised others. It's the same as well. It's the same. It's totally the same as Rome, for example. Rome colonised a lot. Like, no one at the point. What is now Germany, known as Germania at the time under the Romans, Germania was just a tribal area. Gaul, also known as France now, was just something as well. Yeah, it's the history of it is that, yeah, everyone colonised since the dawn of time. And it's only in the last 50 years where people have gone, oh, it's wrong. If Romans have an ethnicity, well, Romans are Italians, but Rome had such a big empire. Rome had such a big empire that, Rome had control over all of the Mediterranean Sea. Basically, Rome had control of what is now Spain, France, much of what is now Germany. They had control of all of Britain up to Scotland, which they never controlled Scotland. They never controlled Scotland, but they had control of everything down to the Middle East. They had control of what is now Jerusalem, what is now Israel and Gaza. Rome had control of all of that, all the way down to all the way down to what is now the Suez Canal, across all of North Africa, all the way back up into Spain at the other side. So basically it was just a huge circle. And, you know, Rome was in Italy, as Rome is in Italy. So, but really, Rome was really diverse. Rome was very diverse. It had everything. Well, yes, because modern Italian is from there though. Modern Italian is from Rome. Rome collapsed because the emperors, and they'd had a series of bad wars which they were starting to lose, and then Rome collapsed. But Attila the Hun played something into it. Attila the Hun was a leader of the Hunnic Empire, and the Hunnic Empire, basically Attila the Hun pretty much forced Rome out. Part of Rome, the Roman Empire split into two. You had the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire. The Western Roman Empire collapsed. The Eastern Roman Empire survived for another 1,000 years and became the Byzantine Empire. When the Byzantine Empire collapsed in 1430, that was the end of the nearly 1,000. That was the end of nearly the 2,000-year Roman Empire. Yeah, the Eastern Roman Empire The Eastern Roman Empire was established where Rome was split. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, was the continuation of the Roman Empire centered on Constantinople during the late Antiquity and the Middle Ages. Founded 11th of May 330 AD, and then obviously it collapsed in 1453 when the Ottoman Empire invaded. The Ottoman invaded it. That's when the Ottomans invaded. They fell to the Ottomans. So the Ottomans then fell. There's 6 major groups. Yeah. Nordic, yeah, basically, and then it split after Rome fell. After Rome fell, you had all these different history things appear. You had all these little kingdoms appear. So Great Britain had Northumbria. Great Britain had the Kingdom of Cumbria, Northumberland, Mercia, Wessex. You had all of those kingdoms, and basically it resulted in Wessex was the final kingdom. It resulted in, and actually, Swiss Rex, if you read it properly, you realise that Mercia, Cumbria, Northumberland, they are all the names of the districts of the UK. They're all the names of the districts in the UK. So those kingdoms do survive as districts. Now, that's what they called them, but they got a lot of it. They controlled some of Germania. And there's a thing, they reckon they controlled they pushed into what is now Ukraine as well, I think. They control a lot. I'm going to put it in, on my Discord server, guys, which you can join in the link, we have a core facts part. So I'm just going to put the Roman Empire at its fullest extent. Roman Empire at its fullest extent in 1117, they had control over all of what is now Turkey up into the Caucasus, and they even had parts of what is now Crimea. Yeah, a cool Easter egg. Yeah. Basically, do you want to know what the first king of England's called? The first king, basically, after the Wessex won, after Wessex basically won them all, he became the first king of England. And do you want to know what the first king's name was? Do you know what the first king of England was? His name was Egbert. That was his name, King Egbert. King Egbert was the first king of England in the year 800. Well, it's pronounced Egbert, but I think it was Egbert, but it was also spelt as Egbert. He was king of Wessex. He was king of Wessex from 802 to 839. But Egbert was the king of Wessex for the whole time, but he was the first king of England. He was the first king of England. And over the next... Oh, no, that's Edinburgh. I didn't say that. I said Egbert. As in... The name of the king was Egbert, as in egg. You know when you crack an egg? His name was Egbert. He was the first king of England in 839. So... when you think of monarchy, you must look back and realise that England has had a monarch for over 1,200 years. And then you've got to think, you had Wessex, Mercia, Cumbria before that. So the history of kingdoms in the UK, the United Kingdom has history of kingdoms going back 1,500 years. Basically, after the Romans left, all these kings... Yes, hello Drake the dog. I know you're doing that because you've appeared and said that on the stream beforehand. I remember you commenting this before, and I thought you said you weren't going to troll me anymore because it's fine, let him do it, because he did this the last time. I don't think he realised that I wasn't falling for it, and the last time this guy joined, he actually said to me that I had a nice Minecraft world. He wasn't going to troll me because he was going to move on to other targets because I wasn't falling for it. But, you know, it's a laugh, it's funny. I'll tell you what, let's get rid of this 4 here. Yeah, anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, my nose. Yeah, but you've got to think the history of it's incredible. But you've got to think, all these people say about colonisation, but Great Britain was colonised so much. The Romans, the Anglo-Saxons, the Vikings, you name it, they did it. It's like the Celts, though. They think the Celts arrived in Britain at least 4,000 years ago. It's been 3 minutes just coming through to see what you're doing. Nothing on this stream really. We were just talking about history. We were just talking about colonization, about how people are judgmental when it comes to history. True, that is true. In fact, most countries that were colonised by Great Britain, a lot of the stuff, like, without Great Britain, a lot of colony stuff wouldn't have happened. America wouldn't know what it's like to have a parliament. And without colonies, Great Britain would have collapsed. England would have been colonised by Spain or France because we had massive competitors. Yeah, how are you, Jake the dog? How are you? It's been like 3 months. Probably, do you know what? It probably has been as well. I thought it was the other week, but you know, I'm not. My time perception is not the same as everyone else's. Oh, guys, I'm knackered. Yeah. What? Taiwan's a bit... No, Taiwan's a bit different. Taiwan's different, Swiss Rex. Taiwan was part of China, but it was part of China for years, and during the Chinese Civil War, what was left of the Chinese government, what was left of the Republic of China's government, fled to China after the communists basically took over mainland China. So basically, the Republic of China, basically Taiwan called themselves the Republic of China. But Taiwan claimed the rest of China. And China claimed the rest of Taiwan. It's basically, though, you've got two governments that basically have a claim. So the People's Republic of China claimed Taiwan is that Taiwan is illegal. Yeah, basically the People's Republic of China claimed Taiwan as an illegal government, legal government occupation, and basically the Republic of China, Taiwan, basically say that the communists are an illegal occupation over mainland China. So it's like, it's basically, who do you believe? It's basically, who do you stand for? So the Americans support Taiwan because the Americans have always reported. The Americans have always, America have always supported Taiwan, but that's because China under Mao Zedong, that is how his name is pronounced, isn't it? Communist China under Mao Zedong basically were very much allies with the Soviet Union. So it's a bit different now with China being more of an economic partner to some countries. But yeah, America always supported Taiwan because China was an ally of the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union and America were at each other's throats in this in the Cold War, which is mainly it was just an argument. It was a there's a line in a movie actually where they take the piss. They go, it's more of a Cold War. What? So they take the summers off? Wait. Just gonna mute myself a minute. Basically, that line is from a film. That line is from the film Kong Skull Island. An American soldier crash landed on an island in World War II, and he basically lived on this island for nearly 30 years. So he doesn't know about the Cold War. But the Cold War started because FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was willing to work with Stalin, whereas Winston Churchill was more dubious of Stalin and communist and what he called Bolshevism. And yeah, but that's, you completely made that up. I know that because there isn't there's never been a civil war of Wales, because Wales is part of the UK, and there's never been a civil war in Wales. In fact, the Welsh, the English get on really well. The Welsh, the English, and the Scottish get on really well. But it's interesting. It's like, so I know that's totally made up, which, the great civil war of Wales versus England. It's not really a civil war. 2.2 million lives were lost in that war. Yeah, I don't think there would be that much loss. I think they'd end fighting within a week. Fun fact: the Nazis had one. I didn't know that. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, that's an interesting concept. Well, that's funny enough because Hitler turned around and claimed it in 1930. Ironically though, Jesse Owens, who was a black Olympian during the 1936 Berlin Olympics, he won the race. He won the gold medal. I think he broke the world record at the time for running. He actually felt that he was congratulated more by Hitler than the US president. Jesse Owens, who died in 1980, age 66. There was a widespread belief that Hitler deliberately avoided shaking Jesse Owens' hand, which wasn't true. Yeah, there was a widespread speculation that Hitler. There was a widespread belief that Hitler deliberately avoided shaking his hands with Jesse Owens, but it wasn't true. Yeah, 1936, yes, but what it was is Hitler shook hands with all the German athletes and congratulated them, but he didn't shake any of the hands of the other athletes. So the president of the Olympic Committee back in 1936 said to Hitler, "You either shake all the athletes' hands or don't shake any." So Hitler said, "Fine, I won't shake any hands." Hitler didn't shake any other athletes' hands because he was told, "You either shake all of their hands." Well, they don't come from there. Do you know why they say that though, Swiss Rex? Because the country of Libya was created by freed black American slaves, who well, no, it's not actually pronounced. It's not. Yeah, Liberia. I'm not sure if it's Libya or Liberia, but Liberia was created by freed black slaves in America, and they went there and created this. Basically, they created their own country, which it's really an interesting concept. Of they took what was treated badly about them, and then they were freed, and then they went and created their own country, which fair play, and. And in fact, a former football player was once their manager. A former football player was their manager. Was their president. The president of Liberia. The president of Liberia was for 6 years was George Weah, but George Weah was a very good football player. George Weah played for Monaco. Played for Monaco in 1988. PSG. He won the. There we go. Let's have a look at his career. I mean, George Weah played for many clubs, but he played for Monaco under Arsene Wenger, bagged 47 goals. Played for PSG for 3 years, 32 goals. Played for AC Milan for 5 years, 46 goals. 3 goals for Chelsea, 1 for Manchester City, 5 for Marseille, and then he bagged 18 goals for Liberia in 75 games. And then he was president of Liberia from... He was the 4th youngest serving president of Liberia, and it was marking their first dramatic democratic transition in 74 years. But, you know, fair play. Oh, hello, Kane Edits. I'm really good. How are you? Actually, do you want to know something quite interesting about America? Swiss Rex. The American national anthem is a rip-off. The American national anthem is a rip-off of a British drinking song. The tune of the American national anthem is actually a rip-off. Is actually nicked from a British drinking song. Which I find really interesting. But yeah. Oh, have I said that? I know I said it once. I didn't know. No shot. Yeah, yeah. The American national anthem's a British drinking song where it got nicked from. I do find it. I do find it funny though. Back in the day, you can just get away with copyright and shit. Oh, here I've made this national anthem. Isn't that guy's British drinking song? Nope. No, it's not. No, it's not. 2.2 trillion times. If I said it actually, do you want to know something interesting? You know, if you say that you were to count to 1 million. Say if you were to count to 1 million. If you were to count to 1 million right now, with one letter, with one number a second, how long do you think it'll take you to reach 1 million? Just out of curiosity, guys, see if anyone knows. How long do you think it will take you to... No, it would no. Riku plays. It would take 11 days to count to 1 million. It would take 11 days. Do you know what it would be to count? 11 days. It would take 11 days to count to 1 million. To count to 1 billion, it would take you 32 years. Because obviously, if it takes you 11 days to hit 1 million, you've got to go and do that another 999 million times. Yeah, it would take you 32 years to count to 1 billion. It's incredible. It's like Elon Musk, Swiss Rex. If he was to spend £1 billion a day, it would take him. If Elon Musk was to spend £1 million a day, it would take him if Elon Musk. Oh, you mean the Mr. Beast video? Yeah, the Mr. Beast video. When he counts to 100,000, he sped it up. It took him a day. the Mr. Beast video, when he counts to 1,000, he actually sped it up. Counting to 1,000,000, it actually took him a couple of days, and he took breaks in between, but he edited it all together. Yeah, in reality, it takes you longer. The Mr. Beast video about him doing 1,000, counted to 100,000, he actually sped it up to upload it to YouTube. You can't upload a YouTube video longer than 12 hours. It took him 24 hours to do. So he sped it up. Basically, I think it took him like 24 hours to do, counting to 1,000. Mr. Beast did not count to 1,000,000 in a single stream. He did, however, count to 100,000, then continued to 250,000 in a 55-hour stream. According to a maths counting to 1,000,000 would be worth at least a month's worth of work. It took Jeremy Harper counted to 1,000,000 over 89 days, doing it for 16 hours a day. But if you were to go and add that extra 8 hours to it would be quicker. Or for content. Yeah, I don't really like Mr. Beast anymore because I think he's got too over the top with shit. I loved his videos when it was just like, I loved Mr. Beast's videos when it was more like just lads having a laugh. It did pay off though, like that is true. I don't really like his content now. I prefer it when it used to be just him and a few lads doing some stupid stuff. I liked that. You know, when they used to go out and film just, you know, trying to put a heated up sword through a car. I don't reckon he is though. I don't reckon he's worth £1 billion. I reckon that's over exaggerated. Because even though he has his burger company and his chocolate stuff, I don't think people are actually going to buy that. People, if they are though, some people are just buying it because it's him. That's what I don't like though sometimes. What I don't like nowadays is people will buy stuff just because a celebrity's done it. Like, for example, I feel bad for him because he's a close friend. I don't feel bad for him because I don't feel bad for him because he should have known. How do you not know? How do you not know? But there is cases where you generally don't know what your friends are doing, but your friend's in every single video. You see your friend, and you must see him 3 or 4 times most of the time. But I don't feel bad for him because they reckon they know. I heard a rumor that they'd known for a while. Yeah, but that on his content though, I'm a little dubious though, Swiss Rex, now, because I've heard there's been evidence again. There's been a lot of rumors coming out about him in recent times about whether the competitions were rigged. Or on one of his competition videos, you had all these competitors and they said all their names. Yeah. All the competition they had all the names of the competitors, and about 40 or 50 of them were exposed as working for him. So it makes me wonder, are any of these videos actually real? It makes me wonder, are any of these videos actually real, or has it got to the point now where they're just faking it for views? which you do see a lot of big YouTubers do it. A lot of big YouTubers get to the point where they're just faking stuff for the views, which it's sad. Like it is sad. It's like, I feel sorry for people that actually want to actually love uploading stuff, that you're stuck behind these people now that are just making fake videos for. And you got to feel bad for TV presenters. Imagine if you're a TV presenter, you've been presenting your show for years, and now you've got this guy making fake content on YouTube that's basically earning more than you and getting more views on your show. Like children's shows. I don't have a dog. But it's just on the side of it though, isn't it? Like, for example, for example, I love film. I want to be a filmmaker. Why should if I've spent money on a YouTube video, why should I why don't I make films on YouTube? Because I do. I have uploaded them. I've uploaded some of them. But the problem I have is I struggle to get the views on them anymore. And, you know, it's one of those. But, no, what I mean is that they have to be really high so people don't click off. They have to be high quality, yeah, but you're never going to get the quality anymore. With YouTube now, you're never going to get the quality because all the big YouTubers now are using high-end equipment that you would see on a film set. Like Marcus Brownlee, for example, films his YouTube videos on a Red Dragon. A Red Dragon is a camera that costs between 30 and 40 grand. And the reason why they shoot it is because the quality's so good. But nobody else can afford that, which is why I don't get. That's where Mr. Beast is the problem. YouTube used to be about just upload yourself, and now it's about let's go and create industry standard film quality content, which, you know, not many people are going to match it. Like Mr. Beast, for example, said in a video a few years ago, I started on my phone, filming content on my phone. Yeah, he did. But back in 2012, when he started doing that, there wasn't as much competition. Like, I feel like that's all cap. Yeah, Mr. Beast started out on his phone, he might have done, but back in 2012, there wasn't much standard when it came to YouTube making. You know, some people were shooting on their phones, on their cameras, but nowadays you've got YouTubers going around with like 4K cameras, which, you know, it's not as fair for people. But anyway, talking about like film though, I have uploaded my films to YouTube. It's just not on this channel though, because it's just not on this channel. I was rhyming. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, what was I going to say? But yeah, I do upload films on here. There's a couple of films on here. There's a couple of films on Clamp Joe, but they're all on my other channel. Should I just put my other channel in the... Should I put my other channel in the description, guys? The fuck? My channel doesn't even... My channel doesn't even pop up on my on here anymore. Please pop up. Yes, now it's popped up. Should I put my other channel in here, guys? Like, I googled my... I searched my other YouTube channel up, the one which I put all my films on, and it basically... It didn't give me anything. It gave me everything other. It gave me everything other. It gave me everything other than my channel. Literally, this is why I hardly upload my short films to YouTube, Swiss Rex, because I uploaded a short film to my channel to this channel a few months ago, and it literally got just 30 views. But it's not because it's not a... Joe, have you understood yet? I love eating toothpaste. What? Okay. You be you. I'm not going to judge you. There we go, guys. I've just put my other filmmaking channel in. Oh, I just found something cool. That was when I announced Archipelago. Oh, guys, I just found out what my book is. I was able to spend time with my siblings. Cool. That's what it's about. My top view video got 26k views. Cool. Yeah, I've just found out what ranking my book is. My first novel. Do you guys want to know what my first novel's ranking is, guys? Bestsellers rank 1,600,000. It's in the top 1,681,322. It ranks 3,116th in contemporary horror. It's got 4 rankings, and it ranks 29,000. It ranks in the top 29,000 of crime, thriller, and mystery adventures. That's good. How much sales? No. That's the ranking. That's where if you were to search back, if you were to go onto Amazon's top sellers list and then go and scroll down a million books, then my book would be in there. But literally, I've only sold 20 copies of that book. But it just happens to be. So yeah, I'll just put in my other channel, guys. That's where all my film stuff is. And that's the videos where I've given... I shot, honestly, no word of a lie. I shot a short film where all I did was jump in the air. It's a starter. It's been out for 2 years. I don't think it will, but you know, I had an idea to write a follow-up, and I got 65 pages in and then just gave up. I got about 65 pages into this story and then I sort of just scrapped it because I was... What food do I crave? I don't crave any food right now, but if I could have a burger or something like that later on, that would be lovely. I crave a triple cheeseburger right now, I think. I don't know. In fact, saying that, I crave a Big Mac fries, a caramelized frap, and 20 chicken nuggets. That's what I crave right now because I'm starving, guys. But honestly, like, have I ever been to Pepe's Peri Peri? Never heard of it. No, I haven't. Gotta be honest, I've got to be honest, I've never heard of it. But it's one of those, I'm not from the city. I'm not from the city, so there's fast food restaurants, there's food restaurants in the UK that you don't have. There's restaurants in the UK that you don't have in the countryside, so the nearest McDonald's is about 40 minutes away, which is why I was always skinny as a kid. And then I had to go to college in the city, and then I gained weight, which was amazing. Not. If I swear to. Joe is from a mountain village. We don't have mountains in southern England. We do have. There are mountains, but there's no mountains near me. The nearest mountain is like 40 miles away. We don't use swords and horses. I do see horses. There is fields with horses around, but all in Scotland. They're not all in Scotland. There is a lot of mountains in Wales as well, and the reason is, all of the mountains of England, Wales, and Scotland used to connect up to the Rocky Mountains in America, which is why they all look the same. Which is why, yeah, British mountains and American mountains look the same. British mountains and American mountains look the same because they were, and Canadian mountains, because they all were once part of this 10,000 mile. Oh no, perhaps it's the Alpacian Mountains. Yeah, the Alpacian Mountains, they used to be part of a super long thing, and all the British mountains were part of it. Ethnic English. Yeah. The American mountains, the Alpacian Mountains. That is Alpacian. Is it Alpacian or Alpacian? I'm gonna say Alpacian. The Alpacian Mountains in North America used to be, because of the in the Jurassic period, when in the time of the dinosaurs, that they were connected up to. They were connected up to Great Britain. I'm not an alpha male. I'm fucking 5'9". I'm not an alpha male. I'm a beta male. I'm joking. I'm joking, guys. I'm not an alpha male. I'm 5'9". I'm fat. I'm joking. You can be alpha at any height. I've got a friend that calls me short, and I'm literally like 2 inches shorter than him, which is kind of funny. And it was good. It was for dinosaurs to go out so we could live. Well, we did not live at the time of the dinosaurs. Like, humanity had not emerged then. Humanity had not emerged at the time of the dinosaurs. At the time of the dinosaurs, humanity had not emerged. Humanity emerged 1.5 million years ago. The dinosaurs disappeared 65 million years ago. So for all you know, there could have been another thing that emerged in that time period. The only reason the dinosaurs survived is because there was something called the Great Dying, which wiped out 90% of all the life forms that existed beforehand. The world heated up for 5 million years. Well, it wasn't uninhabitable. Basically, most of the dinosaurs died out. Yes, but birds survived. Birds survived. Certain animals survived. Like, for example, some animals did survive. Birds, which are technically avian dinosaurs, survive, and small mammals, reptiles, snakes and crocodiles, amphibians like frogs and salamanders and various marine creatures, had characteristics that helped them survive the asteroid impact. Birds are the direct descendants of a group of theropod dinosaurs, specifically the avian dinosaurs. They were able to survive the mass extinction and diversify into the bird species we see today. So yeah, the birds survived. The asteroids, crocodiles, with their ability to survive in both water and terrestrials, and their diverse diet, managed to survive. Snakes survived. So yeah, basically other notable survivors was turtles and tortoises. Turtles and tortoises survived. Water bears survived as well. Water bears, resilient microscopic animals, have survived all 5 mass extinctions. By the way, you have someone with 2 mil subs and are commenting. Check Nightbot's too. Yeah, Nightbot, but Nightbot's not real. Nightbot's a bot. Nightbot's a bot. Is a bot. A lot of people subscribe to Nightbot, but Nightbot isn't actually hasn't never uploaded anything. Nightbot is just a account that is programmed to join people's streams and comments exactly what you've told it to say. It made the food chain, but some animals survived. So crocodiles were around at the time of the dinosaurs, which is why crocodiles look dinosaur-like, because they survived it. It's incredible. They were there before us, and I would say they'll probably survive after us. The human race has endured. What's my least favourite topic? Oh, true crime. True crime. Oh. It's a topic that I don't like, so I find it disturbing. Sharks survived as well. Need air freshener. Also, them sharks older than the trees. Yeah. It's incredible. So they said it proves that animals can survive. Like, you gotta think. I think crocodiles survived the last Crocodiles survived the last mass extinction, and they'll probably survive the next one. Whatever that will be. Most modern sea animals are ancient, yeah. It's like humans, for example. Us humans have absolutely changed, for example. So, you know how what we're like now? Now, how tall is everyone in this? How tall is everyone in this stream? For an example, human height is actually is going up, but it actually decreased in the when we switched, because we used to be cavemen and 5'8". Swiss Rex is 5'8", yeah. How tall is everyone else, for example? Yeah, how tall is everyone else? Humanity has changed. So when humanity appeared, they were taller. Six one or two, I can't remember. We used to be really tall. Yeah. But so Omnivore 6'1" or 2. Okay. Yeah. So the average human 12,000 years ago was 5'10". We've only it's taken it, and then we decreased because obviously we were no longer hunting animals. Because obviously 10,000 years ago we hit the first like civilizations. No, they don't. They don't. It's just their genetics have changed. Average height goes up. So Dutch people, it's not that they have rare genetics. It's just that, you know, people, they have hit it earlier than others. So the average height of humanity 12,000 years ago was 5'10". So some of you are taller than that, so I'm a little bit shorter than that. So the average height of a human 12,000 years ago was 5'10", 179 centimeters. So about 5'10" and a half. So the average human 10,000 years ago was about 4 centimeters taller than I am, but only by about 4 centimeters. Whereas now the average height for a human is 5'7", and it's increasing, but it decreased because we went into agriculture and growing food when we weren't always chasing after animals. We no longer needed that extra height, so we sort of mutated because we no longer needed that extra height and that extra muscle. So we decreased. Everyone open your window and shout McDonald's. Nah, I'm not gonna shout McDonald's. Touch and hold a clip to pin it. Unpinned clips will be deleted after 1 hour. Cool. Yeah, what was I going to say? You guys are okay with me promoting my book on these streams, aren't you? You guys are okay with me promoting my book on these streams, aren't you? Yeah, because we have a really deeply religious guy from Armenia. My name's not Joshua. No, which is very funny actually. But yeah, we have got this really deeply religious guy from Armenia, but he keeps taking offence that am I trying to scare him? I had to tell him the other day, like I can post whatever I want. Like if I wanted to post a video about Jesus, I could do it. Like you can't tell me what I can and can't upload. But this guy can't get it in his head that I'm trying to promote a book. Yeah, I haven't offended anyone else, have I? The fact that it's just got the book's got a blood handprint on it because it's about a serial murderer. It is a bit unflattering because it's a genuine image of what the book looks like. Maybe I should turn it, but how'd you even do that? How'd you turn it? Oh, like that. Okay. Yeah, it should actually look like that, guys. That's what the book actually looks like. Perhaps I'll put it... Thank you to the people who subscribe, by the way. That's really kind of you. Copy. Let's put another one on the other side just to make it look nice. Wild Joseph. But yeah, this guy keeps taking offence that my books... Joseph, you're a... alpha male. I am not an alpha male. I am literally very, very weak. I know how much I can lift off the ground, and it's not a lot. Well, I did something weird the other day. I bought a new bed. How much can I lift off the ground? I don't know. I lifted my dad, who's about 12.5 stone, so I could lift about 80 kg off the ground, just off the... If I was lifting something just off the ground, I could lift 80 kg straight off the ground. I don't know. That's roughly about 80 kg, 79, 80. Roughly nearly 180 pounds, guys. But I did something weird the other day, guys, honestly. It's roughly about 180. Honestly, I did a thing the other day. I was bringing my... I bought a new bed, and the box was tiny. I didn't actually think it had a bed in it. But the box weighed 20 kg instead of 2-person lift, and I lifted up the box with one arm and had it over my shoulder, and I carried 20 kg up with one hand. I don't get how I did it. Yes, it is quite low. It is quite low. But yeah, I somehow lifted 20 kg up with one arm the other day. I don't get how I did that. I don't know what that is. Bizarre. Yeah, I was just trying to take this bed upstairs, and I thought, oh, my mum will help me lift it up the stairs, and she didn't, so I just picked up. Well, yeah, actually, Omniville, now that you said about India and China, take India and China off the map and the population goes down nearly 4 billion. The population pretty much halves. Here, population of India, 1.4 billion. Population of China, 1.4 billion. So, and then the nearest possible country is the United States, 330 million. So, literally, yeah, those two countries, take them off the map, and that's 3.8 billion. Yeah, most of the population, but it's because of China and India. China and India's populations are just ridiculous. Like, hold on a minute. Yeah, the population of India in 1947 was 340 million. So they've had 1 billion people born in the last 76 years. In fact, overpopulation was such a thing in China. In China, overpopulation was such a thing, they actually had to have a one-child policy. Yeah. Well, no one can afford to have a kid anyway in anymore, but that's because the economy's gone to shit. Wait, what I said makes no sense. No one could afford to have a kid anymore just because the prices have gone up. Basically, prices have gone up, but the wages haven't. So, in 1976, Britain was the UK was the poorest nation in Europe, and the reason it was is because they said there was just the UK never recovered. The UK, it took them 30 years to recover from the war. It took the UK like 30, 40 years to recover from the war. It was only in the late... Because of World War II, it took the UK 30, 40 years to recover from World War II. And it was because, the UK had lost a lot of men. The UK had lost over 1 million men. But, to recuperate those losses, that's where the UK started immigration. The immigration policy of the UK... Yeah. The immigration policy of the UK, where they allowed people all across the British Empire to come and live and work in Britain, was because they needed to replenish the destroyed workforce. But a lot of British people at the time didn't like that they were doing it because they felt that they were being replaced. And it's the same 60 years later. People still think they're being replaced. I didn't even know they... Yeah, I agree with it. Omnivale. Basically, sites that children shouldn't be on, you now need to have age verification on it. I think it's a brilliant idea. Basically, it's mainly sites that children shouldn't be on. So with that, it means that children can no longer get onto sites that they shouldn't be on, like gambling sites and things like that. Yeah, the UK government have brought in a policy saying that basically if you want to watch porn now, you've got to have age verification. So if it's proven that you're not over the age of 18 and on these sites, then you are... Yeah, so if you're not 18, then officially you can't get onto them, which That's better for safety. That's better for safety. Children shouldn't be watching that stuff. They should do that on things like Netflix as well, like, and make sure, because there's children watching things like Squid Game. They shouldn't be watching Squid Game. Like, Squid Game's not for kids. It's like there was an animated series last year that came out called Has Been Hotel, and kids were watching that, and it was actually a graphic adult cartoon that was aimed at 18-year-olds, people 18 years and up. So young children shouldn't have been watching that, but parents were ignoring the ratings again. At least this way with the new policy. Yeah. That's. Do you know why they brought it in the UK? They brought it in because children were going out and reenacting things in public. The UK brought in age ratings because children were going out and reenacting what they'd seen in horror films on other people. So my school teacher said to us that when he was a kid, they saw the film Silent Running and they reenacted they took darts and reenacted the scene with darts landing in someone's head by throwing darts at each other's heads. So that's why they bring in age ratings, because you shouldn't do that. But basically, back in the day, kids could watch whatever they wanted. So yeah, Has Been Hotel was actually aimed at 18-year-olds. Was actually a graphic adult cartoon, but parents weren't reading the age ratings again. But like you said, children becoming too soft, but parents also not. It's also parents not doing their jobs again. If you have a kid, your thing is to look after the kid. But the thing is, though, as well, but it's all about stuff like that. Like, that children shouldn't be watching that stuff. Like, if you're under the age of 13, you shouldn't really be watching YouTube. But nowadays, my mum said this to me. She said, "But how can you stop someone from watching?" I said, "Well, there's plenty of ways to stop people watching it. You just got to go and do it." But no, you can't ban it though. It might be horrible, but you can't ban it. Because technically, there's nothing wrong with watching it. There's nothing wrong with watching it on a legal standpoint. On a legal standpoint, there's nothing wrong. Ban gore, it's bad. You can't ban gore though. You can't ban gory videos or anything like that but you can stop children watching it, and it's the children that shouldn't be watching it. You can't stop adults watching it. Like, if you're watching a gory film, like I watched a really gory film the other night. I watched a film called Irina's Vow, and it's a true story. And this young woman, she saved a load of Jewish people by hiding them in. This woman was a house. She was a house cleaner, a housemaiden. She basically housekeeper. That's the word. This woman, she was a house. What did I say? This woman was a housekeeper, and she hid 12 Jewish people. She worked for an SS officer, and she hid 12 Jewish people in the basement of the SS officer's house that she was working for. And the reason she did, and they showed it, she saw during the war. She saw a German officer rip a Jewish woman's baby out of her hands, throw it up, and shoot it like a pigeon. But they didn't show that because of how violent it was. But they showed him pick up the baby, grab the baby from her, hug it, and then drop it on its head. Yeah, but that's true though. Swiss Rex. Basically, as a child, you think you can watch everything because you think you're the king. That's sort of like a thing. As a child, you think you can watch anything, and it's really, that's when your parents are like, that's when parents should be like, no, this is not aimed at you. You can't watch this. You can't watch this until you're older. But now parents are like, yeah, just watch it. I don't care. Easy life. Back, they didn't have age ratings back in the. They didn't have age ratings back in the 70s, 80s, because my dad once said to me, my dad doesn't like horror films that much because he watched Halloween. He watched the film Halloween when he was 8. He watched the film Halloween when he was 8. Which back in the time, that's why they brought in age ratings, because children were becoming traumatized from watching things that they shouldn't be. And there's a reason they have age ratings on them, but nowadays kids just ignore the age ratings again. It's basically gone full circle. There was a woman in the 60s called Mary Whitehouse, and her whole fiasco was that she thought that you shouldn't air. She thought that British she was deeply religious. Why would I eat a granite slab? There was a woman in the 70s called Mary Whitehouse, and she was convinced that TV had become degenerate, as the word to use. She took offence with Doctor Who because they had a character being strangled by vines. But there's a thing in the UK, guys. Sorry, I had to quickly grab a drink. There's a thing called Watershed. Do you have a thing? I don't know about America, but I know we've got American people here. So, do you have a thing similar to Watershed in the? Do you have a thing called Watershed similar to Watershed in the United States? I'll explain what it is. Basically, in the UK, there's a thing called Watershed. So basically, violent or graphic films can't be shown until after 9 o'clock at night, because children can still be up until about 9 o'clock at night. Yeah. But in the UK, you can't swear on live TV or air horror films until after 9 o'clock. Is that after 9 o'clock at night? So is that in the United States as well? But in the UK, basically, if a kid watches a horror film, if a young kid watches a horror film and gets traumatized after 9 o'clock, then it's the parents' fault, because really they should be asleep at 9 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock at night, young children under the age of about 14, 15 should be asleep. If you're awake at 10 o'clock at night, really only 14 and 15-year-olds should be awake at that point. Maybe on a Saturday, but on a school night, most kids under the age of 13 should be asleep by that point. Adult Swim, but it's not. Yeah, I've heard of Adult Swim. But what I'm talking about, Swiss Rex, is that all TV channels in the UK cannot air anything violent before 9 o'clock. It's not just one channel. Yeah, I have heard of Adult Swim because, you know, Robot Chicken and things like that. But yeah, all TV shows in the UK on all channels cannot air anything horror related until after 9 o'clock. It airs right after Cartoon Network. I know what Cartoon Network is, but Cartoon Network is Cartoon Network's its own channel in the UK. It's just its own channel. But you know, we have a ridiculous channel. We have a ridiculous amount of channels. I think we've got too many TV channels myself. I think we should cut back on the channels. Mike, I'm convinced. I think we upload shit to TV channels now. I think TV's shit now, and I would fix it. I would fix TV, guys. I would trim down the amount of channels we have, so we don't have to film. So we'd only be shooting good stuff then. Trim down the amount of TV channels we have in the world, and then you'll only be shooting good stuff, because you wouldn't be shooting crappy, cheap to make shit just to fill out the schedule. You'll always have something for the schedule because there isn't as many channels. In the UK, up until about 1980, there was only 4 channels. There's 480 TV channels in the UK. Up until 1990, there was only 4 TV channels in the UK. There was BBC One, BBC Two, ITV and Channel 4. Which is why it's called Channel 4. Because it was the 4th channel. It is, but you waste... if you... Other people find them, but the problem is with all the TV channels, if you flick onto all of them, because we've got like 500 now in the UK. If you go onto the TV channels, you will always find a point where they don't have anything on. And it's like... But the problem that I have with TV now, Omnivale, is that there's nothing good on. There's nothing good on anymore. Like, Christmas time last year, they were just airing repeats. They were just airing Michael McIntyre's The Wheel. And it was actually shot 3 Christmases ago. I'm like, why are you just airing the same thing over and over again? Like, why don't you just film something new rather than air the same episode again? It's boring watching the same episode again. It's boring. It's completely boring if you watch the same episode over and over again. I've been watching it on my phone forever. Yeah, I love TV. I love TV, but I hate that there's nothing I find interesting to watch anymore, and it's because you just can't find anything. Like I was watching a thing the other day. I was watching I used to love watching air crash investigations, so I was watching that, and I was like, all right, yeah, I haven't watched this in a while. And I realised it was the same episode they'd aired 5 years ago. I'm like, stop airing the same stuff over and over again. Like, just film something new. I said the same about thing like EastEnders, Coronation Street and thing. Just let it die. Honestly, I don't like the British soap dramas. I think they're boring. And I was always... I'm the same as... Like, there's only so many stories you can tell. You keep telling the same one. Oh, he's just killed someone. He's just decided to be a murderer. I'm like, oh my god. It could be, yeah. But these soap shows in the UK, they continue to do this. Basically, they've run for like 50 odd years. They've run for like 50. Some of them have run for like 50 odd years, and they're basically over exaggerated things on British life. Like the one Emmerdale, a British soap show, actually started out about a farm, and then they randomly decided to blow up the farm, and it was all about farming. And it was all about a drama about farmers, and then they switched it to the village after blowing up the farm. And a lot my grandmother literally stopped watching it after they blew the farm up because she thought the storylines had got the thing. My grandmother stopped watching it when they did that, and her thing was, it's not about the farm anymore. Like, what's the point of changing it from a farm to the village? If you start a show, like, what's the point of that? You've based it all on about a farm for years, and then you've decided to blow up the farm, and they decided to have a plane crash down on the farm and blow the farm up, and then switch it all to a village. Do you know that British show with a doctor that lived in the UK? You talking about Doctor Who? Yeah, but Doctor Who's different. Doctor Who can constantly renew itself and change. You can't continue. You can't renew a soap. You talking about Doctor Who? I mean, Doctor Who's completely different because it can change. That can change because, you know, you can constantly bring back Doctor Who and, you know, review it. I've seen it in the US. Yeah, that's because they air it in the US. They air it in the US because they air it in the US. But that's my favourite show. Doctor Who's my favourite show, and it has been for years. It was so weird, very quiet. Which episode were you watching? Just ironically. I've watched every episode since 2005 and a scattering of episodes from 1963 to 89. So I've probably watched the episode it was. If you can remember anything about it, tell me. It was a car falling off a cliff. A car falling off a cliff. Hold on. Was the car driving itself? Was the car driving itself? With a woman inside it? A man walking time with people at a party. Was it a Christmas party? Was it a Christmas party? Oh, hold on. Was it a Christmas party? If it was a woman, was it a Christmas party? If you said there was a man walking into town with people at a party. Yeah, I'm thinking when you said a car going off a cliff. When you said a car going off a cliff, I was thinking Doctor Who's Sontaran Stratagem. Because right at the start of that episode, a car with a woman trapped inside of it drives itself off into a river. But it wasn't a cliff, it was just off the end. It was just off the end of a little embankment. But then when you said party, I was thinking of an episode. I was thinking of an episode with a star that was shooting. Search Doctor Who, wasn't it? Yeah, I wouldn't know then, but Doctor Who is the most popular British show. I mean, that's aired in the UK. British show, car, cliff. See what it does. I don't know. There is a Hello, Joe Combative. Yeah, but Doctor Who is a brilliant show, though. Come on, Doctor Who is the best science fiction show there is. Honestly, my favorite is my favorite show in the. It's my favorite show in the world. Honestly, my favorite episode is an episode called Waters of Mars. Never heard of it. Doctor Who. Most popular British show in the world. It does air in America. It's on Disney Plus at the moment. The last 2 seasons have been on Disney Plus. But the rest of it is on the rest of it you can get on DVD. Basically, it started in 1963 and ran to. Yeah. Oh god, my foot. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Doctor Who started in 1963. It was axed in 1989. There was a movie in 1996, and the show was brought back in 2005. And for the last 20 years, it's aired on TV. Well, it's not really cheating. I've duplicated on this world because I have no physical way of expanding the world and getting more stuff. But yeah. My favourite Doctor Who episodes are World War Three, The Aliens of London and World War Three, which is a 2-parter. The Family of Blood and Human Nature and the Family of Blood. Blink, Midnights, The Waters of Mars. Giant Snowman. Yes, Giant Snowman. My favourite Doctor episodes are those ones. Think of a few more. I absolutely love the Sound of the Drums and The Last of the Time Lords. The Stolen Earth, Journey's End. You saw a T-Rex. Yes, there was an episode with a T-Rex. Yes, T-Rex. Yes, there was an episode with a T-Rex. Basically, in the Peter Capaldi era, he because the Doctor's a time traveler. He's got a spaceship that can go in space and time, and he inadvertently landed in 65 AD, and he accidentally his time machine, the TARDIS, was ate by a dinosaur because it's like a police box. And the dinosaur eats it, and he accidentally drags the time. As he tries to go back to goes back to the time period, he accidentally drags the dinosaur with him. So he accidentally brings a Tyrannosaurus Rex into 18th century, into 1890s London. But in the latest season, he is almost ate by a dinosaur. But I prefer the episodes from 2005 2010. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, Joe, have a wonderful time. Peace out. Have a good day, Swiss Rex. You said Omnivale then. That's because they were in the stream earlier on. Yeah, have a good day, Swiss Rex. Yeah. Yeah. We're back, everybody. Oh yeah, we've been streaming for 3 hours. 200 of you have watched this stream. Yeah. Just thinking a second, everybody. Just thinking a second. Do 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 do. Back in a second. I'm back. I'm back, guys. Sorry, had to go AFK for a moment. Yeah, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I had to go to the shops. I'm so sorry. Still here. Hello, Rico Plays. Welcome. Hello, Pixel King. Hello, GBG Bros. Yes, sorry, I had to go to the shops, guys. I've been gone, like, what, 20 minutes? Half hour? I saw it, Glow Beans, but I haven't looked at it. In fact, Decepted found it quite weird that you were posting images of yourself in the general chat. Decepted found it very, very odd. In fact, Decepted messaged me this morning. Why have we got you? Decepted messaged me this morning, and he said, "Why is there minors uploading pictures of themselves in the general chat?" I'm trying to exploit the duplication glitch before it gets patched. Yeah, but I was just showing myself. That actually, that sounds quite creepy. Sorry, it does sound creepy. Yeah, but it is. It is in the. If you get what I mean, though, there's not. You probably shouldn't put pictures of yourself in a Discord general. But you'll have the point as well. You will have the point and you will get negative comments. I know there was a few. Plus I done it to the micro. Yeah. No, I understand that, Glow Beans. But even though if you've had a glow up or whatever, you shouldn't seek validation via a Discord server, if you get what I mean, and asking everyone what they think. If to some people in there, it came across. I'll be back in a second. But yeah, it came across to some people though. It came across that you were trying to seek validation, which isn't a bad thing, but not everyone is gonna comment. There are things in the world that you don't need to sort of show, if you get what I mean. And it did come across, for some people in there, especially Decepted, it came across as odd that you were posting pictures of yourself in the middle of the general chat. I need some happy for myself. Yeah, that's what it should be. Happy for yourself, but it's not the best thing to make everyone else happy for you by doing that. I'm not being rude, but sometimes it's better if you're happy with yourself and how you've improved as a person. it's sometimes better to just be happy with yourself in private than to be so happy to post a picture of yourself in a general. But also, you know, there are people in there. Not everyone's young in there, and you don't know who's in the general chat. You don't know who's in there. I say that as in my friend's Discord server, we found out that a person that we thought was a friend of ours was actually talking to a 15-year-old girl in my friend's server, and because she put a picture of herself. It's basically, I'm not saying that to creep anyone out, but it's yeah, it's basically, I wouldn't post pictures of yourself in the general chat, especially if you're young, because you don't know who's in there. It's like they say, don't reveal personal information about yourself. Protecting from groups, yeah, and it's basically like that. So yeah, it's more of a protection. It's more. Sorry, I'm choking on my own. I've had to go to the shops. I'm cold. It's actually not very warm today, but yeah, it's more of a thing that you don't know who's in there. And plus, I've already had somebody put their. I've already had someone in there who has autism, who's posted his house address. But I understand, yeah. But on Discord, it's very much different. You know, Discord, anyone uses Discord. My friend Decepted went onto a Discord server posing as a 15-year-old girl, and the amount of people that's in this random server that he joined that were very, very creepy was borderline shocking. And yeah, so it's one of those. Discord is very much, even though it says 13 years and up, yeah, you shouldn't put a picture of yourself on in the general chat, just because you don't know who's in there, and also you don't know what the reaction's going to be. You don't know what the reaction's going to be. But it's like, just because you're happy doesn't mean that everyone's going to be happy for you. It's like I'm no different from that. There's sometimes when I see people are happy that they've done something, and I'm like, it's not as impressive. I don't find it impressive, but it's because not everything is impressive for everybody else. I was impressed because a guy in my college class at the time, a few years ago, he was in a feature film as an actor, and another guy in our class didn't think it was impressive that he was in a feature film. He thought it was easy and that he could do it better. And it's sort of a similar thing to that. Just because you're happy doesn't mean that everyone's happy. I need to go and get my dinner, guys. I will be back in literally 2 minutes. The sun has risen. Sorry, I had to go and eat dinner, guys. I'm back, though. I'm back. Pardon me, I'm back. My name's Calamity Joe, and I'm back. It's about to start streaming. 9 people are watching the stream, and 9 people have liked the stream. Thank you, that's really kind of you. We're live. Decepted keeps messaging me weird things. I fully maxed out diamond armor, 8,000 unlimited diamonds, unlimited emeralds. I'm basically set for life. What is this glitch? Must be a good glitch. 8,000 unlimited diamonds. Cool. Should we see if we can get a duplication glitch to work on here? Shall I see if I can get a duplication glitch to work on here? Why not? Let's grab a shulker box full of... Yeah, I don't pay attention much to Minecraft stuff anymore. Because I haven't really enjoyed... no, that won't work, but I know an even better one. I know an even better one which will work. I know a better duplication glitch on Legacy that will work. That works quite brutally. So we're going to go down to my secret stash of items with everything. Oh no, you bloody lammer. I thought that shriek you did earlier was from my game. Really? So, let's go grab something rare. Right, let's grab this. Okay, grab this. TNT. What should we grab, guys? What should we grab? Here we go. Take these out. Take the hopper out. I just put the hoppers away, didn't I? So, I'm gonna do this. Put my sword in here as well. Where'd I go, mate? Okay. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream. Riku Plays. That's really kind of you. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Wait for you to come back. Yeah, sorry, I had to go to the shops, and then I had to quickly go to the I had to go and eat dinner. We have rare mob spawners from a glitch. So, what else do we want? I watched over your chat for a while. Yeah, sorry, I had to go AFK for a little bit. See you around. Yeah, thank you for joining the live stream, Riku Plays, and have a good rest of your day. We're just gonna nudge this guy this way. Come on, off, get off. There you go. So we've got lots of items here that we can use. Yeah. There is quite a few. I'm going to quickly do this one, because I know this one works 100%. Let's just cheat, and let's go through this wall. I know this one works 100% most of the time. Let's go into the kitchen, take grab that. Now, I'm going to need a few little bits before we do this. I'm just going to go and grab some extra stuff. Some of the stash. The stash. Or what's this? An ender pearl. Teleports you to wherever you throw it. So what if I throw it from my neighbour's window? What happens, guys, if it says that teleports you to wherever you throw it. So what happens if I do accidentally, you know, throw my... Hello, Patrick. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to try a duplication glitch that I know works. So I'm going to take these XP bottles. I've dumped stuff in here. These bricks, I'm going to shove them in here. This XP bottle can go in here too. Another brick. We're going to do a duplication glitch, guys, and I'm going to prove to you this works. So, I have put in, 9 plus 7, so 18, no, 16. I've just put 16 XP elytras, 2 of these, 2 bottles, and another thing of bricks, and I'm going to dump the rest of, this. We don't want it. All I'm going to use is 4 of these XP things. So, we're just going the last time I showed this duplication glitch off on stream, a guy in my stream got really restless and started shouting at me to get on with it. And I was just gathering the stuff that I think we need. But yeah, so I'm not wasting time, guys. I'm sort of just... the guy, God bless you, who is in my Discord server, has just put... God bless you, has just put something really weird in my stream. The chess guy's on another level, though. Yeah, honestly, I think, because I know you saw it in my Discord server, Patrick, I generally believe God bless you is autistic, because he claimed in a stream the other day, I did the other day, that his mum and dad have made him sign a document saying that he's mentally retarded, and obviously if you sign a law like that, that means you are... If you sign something like that stating it, it means you're like autistic, or have a a mental illness or something like that, or a disorder. But basically, in some countries, they still call it being mentally retarded, which is it's a horrible thing to say, but it's a horrible thing to actually write down. But in some countries, honestly guys, in some countries they still call it being mentally retarded. So he actually said that on stream. My parents made me write down that I was mentally retarded, which when he commented that though, I'm convinced though. He thinks he's not. He thinks they're doing it to save him from being in the army, but I'm thinking it might be that he generally is autistic or something like that. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing wrong with being autistic or anything like that. But okay, let's grab these. There's nothing wrong with being autistic or any sort of mental or physical disease or anything like that. But on the thing of it, that's probably why he keeps commenting things like that. It makes sense why he's commenting things like that. Thinking that you go to hell if you don't agree the same thing as he does. Because some autistic people do generally have the concept of the way they think is the only way that people can think. So I met a guy like that. I've generally met a guy. I will be honest, guys. I've generally met a guy that's the only good idea was his own. So if you basically didn't like his idea, it was like you were God. It was like that you were. If you didn't agree with his idea, he couldn't understand. He thought his idea was the only good idea. So basically, if you dropped his idea, he couldn't understand why. And in the case of it, me and another guy dropped his idea because it didn't make sense. But to him it made sense, but to us it didn't, if you get what I mean. So it's always the case of, and I think that's what I see with God Bless You. That's exactly what I see with God Bless You, that he doesn't understand that not everyone has the same idea he has. So what you got to do for this duplication glitch: disable autosave, re-enable it, put all your stuff in the chest, then break the chest, stand on the chest, break the chest, then force quit the game. So, and then reopen it, and then with a bit of luck, you can do it in the overworld, but I find it works better in the nether, and we're gonna see if it works, because sometimes it doesn't, but in most times it does work. Let's have a look. Yep, 100% worked. So now everything we've just got, we have 2 of. So if we climb up here, guys, we go straight to the portal here. Which, what you guys don't realise is all 3 of these link up to the same place. It's weird. But yeah, so did you guys all see that duplication glitch? That basically everything that I've just duplicated, all that rare stuff that I had in my inventory then, we kept all of it. Cool, isn't it, guys? Basically, this works everywhere. Is Pixel King still in the stream? Because I know you said about duplication glitches. Is this the most overpowered legacy glitch? Because it's not just diamonds, it's absolutely everything you can think of. Yeah, I do know the one. Yeah, is this? I'm just saying, is this legacy one here that I've just done, the most overpowered one? most overpowered duplication glitch by the fact that I've just duplicated villager spawn eggs and things like that. Is the craft and the shulker box and the craft and the chest one the most overpowered? I don't think any other duplication glitch works like that anymore. But then there is a common denominator there. This is going to sound horrible. This is going to sound horrible. But there is a common denominator there, though. Why did you show her a picture? It's that's sort of the denominator there is why did you show her the picture? Honestly, Glowbeans, you often see that nowadays. You see kids do that a lot, do pictures of themselves, and then it gets everywhere, and it's always because they sent that picture. And I thought I was so sexy. Yeah. But that's the thing, though. That's a thing called blowing on your own trumpet. That a quote I'm going to say for this is that's basically the quote of blowing on your own trumpet, where you think you look good, so you send it to someone else to try and prove it. Which everyone does it. It's not everyone. I think everyone pretty much does it some way or another. And yeah, everyone does it some way or does it somehow or another, and it's I need to open one of these up because I put a sword in it. Was it this one? Nope. You can open chests with stuff above it in Legacy? Yeah. In fact, I used to hate Bedrock over something. I'll be honest, I used to hate Bedrock. No, that's not my sword, that's the wrong one. Okay, guys, don't duplicate it and then forget which... Whatever you do, guys, don't duplicate a load of stuff, then forget which... Is it this one? Is it this one here? That's... Hello, Cookie Monster. It's just a thing, Glowbeans, pretty much. You often see people do that. Yeah, thank you, Cookie Warrior. Hello, Ahil. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Ahil? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Let's go level 10,000. Cool. I'm only at level 14 right now because I lost a load of XP levels earlier on. That's good to hear. Yeah, what was I going to say? I haven't read Glowbeans' comment yet, actually. So I was glazing myself at the time, and it happened when I was 10. Everyone in my old school got that picture and on Snapchat. Yeah, but you shouldn't be on Snapchat at 10 years old. That's for 13 years and up. Wrestling is fantastic, by the way. Cool. Other friends had come out and survived 5 days and died, bro. So heartbroken. Oh. I'm 15. I don't have an account, if not even Snapchat. I don't. I do have Instagram. I don't have Snapchat. I do have Instagram, but I only created Instagram on my because I had to create it because of my college work. They live in different countries. Yeah, I only have Instagram, and I use it, and I only have it because I had to create one as part of my college work a few years ago. But I do use it for my filmmaking stuff. How's it going with the wrestling, Ahil? Because I saw you said it was going well. I make movies. I do, but I'm only making short films because I can't afford to make a film at the moment. I own a couple of takedowns. Yeah. What are the basic stuff? Defense moves. Isn't one of the defense moves when you go dead weight? Because I know, that's one I do know. Another one which they I do know of because people used to do it in school was when they go dead weight. Because there's a thing called dead weight, and it's basically if you just go dead weight, sometimes people physically can't move it. We had a guy in my school year and whenever, what do they call it? In my country, in India, in my culture, having a girlfriend brings honour to the family. I don't understand that one though, to be honest, Hill, because if you don't have a girlfriend, how do people marry? Because I've never understood that one. I have heard that that's a thing in India, but I find it confusing about how you can marry someone without having them as a girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I don't agree with though. Like, I don't agree with arranged marriages because I don't like the idea of you're forced to marry someone. Like, for example, and yeah, most of them don't work out. I don't agree with arranged marriages because, for example, like in a film. In this TV show, because arranged marriages used to be around in the UK, and in this film, this woman says this man in a film. Yeah, that's why I don't agree with arranged marriages. Like you could be forced to marry someone that. Yeah, it's basically that's in some cultures though. Patrick, in some cultures, yeah, I think arranged marriages should bring more dishonor than girlfriends. Personally, why should somebody else pick who you can marry? And also as well, for example, you might not even like them. I've just been asked to do something in a minute, so I'm going to do it. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I just been asked to create a chat on my friend's server. I mean, I ain't going to do it even if they force me to. Yeah, you're still live. When are you ending the stream then? Well, I've only been streaming for 4 hours. You know, it's only 6 o'clock. It's only 6:30. Yeah, I agree, Ahill. I don't agree with arranged marriages. Like, you shouldn't be forced to marry someone. Like, you've made 4 short films so far. What are they about? Yeah, there you go. Can you you've commented the same thing over and over again. I've read it the first time. I don't need to read it fourth and never five. Oh, I can't. They scare me too. Yeah, I sorry guys, I was just checking something. I was just checking a few documents. We've got a guy who I've just booted from my Discord server. He's calling me. He's basically arguing with me in my friend's chat. Into an apartment. Oh, cool. Good luck. A guy in my Discord who was in my Discord server who I booted, he basically... This guy's really religious, and he told me the other day, do you guys want to know what this guy told me? Because the state I live in is the most... Yeah, you said Seattle, so that's... Oh, I don't know where that is actually. I always thought it was California. I might be an idiot though. No, it's in Washington State. Where is Washington State? That's in the north. Washington State used to be owned by Britain. You need to pay... Yeah. Washington State and Oregon used to be a... Yeah. Washington State and Oregon used to be parts... used to be a bigger county that was owned by the UK, and the Americans sent a load of people there, and basically they outnumbered the British 6-1, and so they basically annexed the land for the UK. It almost caused a war over a pig as well, because the British at the time thought that the Americans were abusing their power. And it was because the British found gold there, so the Americans sent a load of people there to... So it's like Canada. So the border with Canada would have been... Washington State and Oregon would have been part of Canada if the Americans hadn't done that. That's really interesting. Would you ever visit America? Maybe. There's some places that I would like to go. I would like to see, San Francisco. I would like to see New York. There's a few places I'd go. Cool. I did a short film a couple of months ago about a clown. Would you guys like to see it? I can air it on the screen. I can air it on the stream. Yeah, I probably would visit America. Yeah, I'll air it on the stream. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to quickly... It was creepy and funny. It was creepy, but I didn't... I had to play the clown, though, because the clown suit didn't fit anyone else, because I'm quite fat. I mean, I don't look fat, but then I am. Joe, back on track. Oh, yeah, the deeply religious guy. The deeply religious guy, basically, he... The story of the deeply religious guy, he told me I'm fat because I don't go to church, and God made fat everybody that's fat doesn't go to church. God made fat people to convince them to go to church because fat's disgusting, and that God made fat people to go to church so they go to church and become less fat. So I guess I got to go to church because that's going to make me skinny. Honestly, but this guy, I think he's autistic, but he keeps talking about demons, that he's got demons in his body and he hears demons' voices. I I went to church 5 times. Yeah. This guy, he keeps telling me... Shit. My cup's just fallen over. This guy keeps telling me that... oh, I got demons in my body. I hear demons. But I think he's I think he's got schizophrenia. I think he's got schizophrenia, you know, when you hear voices. And he's mistaken that as the voice of... I think he's got schizophrenia. And I think he's mistaking that as some religious thing. Yeah, I mean, I am fat. I mean, I'm 5'9" and 93 kg, but I don't expect someone to tell me go to church and become less fat. Like, that's just rude. I wouldn't fast because I don't see. Some say it's got health benefits, but personally, I don't see what the health benefits are. With shoes, I'm 6'2". Yeah. Well, sometimes is that like with like raised shoes? Because some shoes do that. My friend does it. My friend in my college class, he would do that. He's 5'8", but he would be wearing he would be wearing shoes that made him 5'10". I checked to the doctor. Yeah. Air the video. Yeah, I will in a minute. I'm gonna have to turn my mic off though, so you can't hear me over it. So I'll type in the chat. No, the height increase ones. Oh, yeah, so, like, they call them platform shoes in the UK. So a guy in my college class used to wear them. He would wear he would wear shoes that had, like, 2-inch platforms. So he would wear... Basically, he was 5'8", and then I was taller than him. But he would always look taller than me. Which is, you know, funny, to be honest. Right, mute the mic.
you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane?
Yes, we know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, we know the Muffin Man who
Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane?
Yes, we know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, we know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane.
No. Sorry, I was eating crisps because I can't see the short film. The short film you're watching, I couldn't see it. Yeah. That was good. Thank you. Yeah, the knife trick I could do. Like, I would do that. I could do that a million takes. I could do a million takes of it. And I know there was only ever going to be one take where it bounced as my hand and poked me in the chest. But guess what? It didn't impale me. I just put the knife back in the code, went to back to the starting position and reshot the scene. Yeah, what I meant, it's not that I hate the short film. I don't hate the short film. I loved shooting it. There's just a couple of scenes when I look really, really... I hate a couple of the woodland scenes. Yeah. And the fact you've been the clown this whole time. Great production value. Yeah, do you know how much that film cost? Do you know how much that cost to shoot? 70 quid. That cost £70. The suit cost 30. The clown suit cost 30. The clown shoes, the horn, the clown, and the wigs cost 30. Cost 8 altogether. No, cost 30 altogether, and then the VR headset bit cost 10 quid. The VR headset bit cost 10 quid. So cost about 70 to 80 quid. But a professional standard short film can cost anywhere from a couple of grand. But how old are you, Patrick? How old are you, Patrick? Just out of curiosity, because you said that. Because you said about shooting short films. Because you said like shooting short films. What, I didn't understand. Like, you said you'd never spend 50 quid max. I said how old are you? Because I can tell you're like 50. I can tell you're roughly 14, 15 from that. Yeah, so you're roughly 14, 15. Yeah. I studied film production, so 70 grand is very, very cheap. 50 quid on a professional short film. It was meant to be professional. I worked on a professional short film and the budget was 5 grand. Because the costumes cost like 50 quid alone. I mean, I would have to buy a police gear for the next one, and that costs a ton. It does, but that's why film budgets cost a lot. I know I have to get a job. Yeah, but like you're like 14, 15, you can't get a job. Pretty much. Here's a film to watch. The Vorman Problem. The Vorman Project Problem is a short film starring 2 actors. It's 2 minutes long, and it's between 2 and 5 minutes long. I turned 15 in a year. What country are you from? What country are you from? I remember you saying Romania, but I didn't know if you said you were from Romania. Yeah, in the UK it's 14, but you're only on like 2 quid an hour. When I was 16, I was on £5 an hour. Which, at the time, it felt like a lot. But, talking of which, guys, that's terrible. It's not, because it's under... Yeah, but you can only work certain times, though. What should it? 53. You can only work certain times, I think. In the UK, 16 is... You can work full time at 16. Yeah, UK is 16. You can start working full time at 16. You can do like part time stuff at 14. But talking about filmmaking though, Patrick, the more the budget, the better the film, pretty much. Normally the money's the actors. Honestly, I worked on a short film. I studied film production at university. A short film we did a short film. We did a short film, and it cost us 2 grand. It cost us 2.5. It cost us 2.5 grand to shoot the short film. Yeah, sorry, I'm eating a bag of crisps. Sorry. Very tasty. Southern fried. Anyway, yeah, so this short film that I worked on for a college assignment, on my college assignment, the budget itself, it cost us 2 grand to shoot, and it's only a 7-minute film. That's just how a short film budget really is. To be honest, I've said it quite a lot, to be honest. Cool. Yeah, honestly, like short film making's amazing, but it does cost. That's one thing that my clown short film struggled with, lack of a budget. Basically, I've paid every short film you do, you're hoping to get the money back. But with that clown film, because obviously I can't submit it to anything, officially I've got no money. Officially, I've got no money back. That's the one thing. Having friends that act for free is good. We had to pay an actor last year for my uni course £300 for. You had to pay him £100 a day. Yeah, I met a person, honestly, but making a knockoff is good, but do you at least give it your own spin on it? If you've made a knockoff, do you give it your own spin on it and like sort of put your own ideas into it? Good, Patrick. That's brilliant, because there was a girl in my... You're better than this girl in my uni class. A girl in the year below. She basically... All of her uni work was basically just copies of other films. And you could clearly see that they were copies of other films. This girl did a vampire film, and you can clearly see it. You can clearly see it was what we did in the shadows. What we do in the shadows, knockoff. I don't post my work, by the way. I sort of have to, because I want to be a filmmaker, because I'm approaching that in a career. But this girl, you can clearly see that her work was knockoffs. I might only have 10 players. Where do I find 500 actors? You're not going to find 500 actors without paying them. Unless you're really lucky. There is websites you can use, but there is websites that you can use to find actors. But a lot of them would ask you how much you're willing to pay. About 30 actors. And my city is full of gangster people. Yeah. It's hard to find enough actors without paying them. It is hard to find enough actors without paying them. Because, you got to think, acting's not free. Some people are willing to act, but the more actors you need, some of them want to be paid. And it's it is like that. So, on this short film that I did for a college assignment, it was my story and someone else directed it. We had to pay, out of our £2,000 we spent on the film, nearly 1,000 of it. There aren't many kids my age. Yeah. Hello, Bite Rush. That's the thing, though. That's the challenges, though, Patrick. But also as well, like I studied film as a uni course. And the bulk of our budget was the actors' wages. So these actors, I think we had to pay them £300. We had to pay them £300 a day. So it resulted in 300. Three actors was 1,800. So out of our £2,000 budget, it was 1,800 of it went into the actors. How's the stream been? My stream's been absolutely fine. How are you, White Rush? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello, Epic Pro. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so out of a £2,500 budget, 1,800 of it was on the actors because we had to pay them £300 a day. We had to pay them, £300 a day. So the bulk of our budget went on these actors. I'm good. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. Yeah. But yeah, Patrick. Yeah, the bulk of this, my uni short film, the bulk of our budget, which our lecturer gave us, I think it was 2,500. No, I think it was 3,000. Sorry, I think it was 3,000, and I think nearly £2,000 of it went on the actors. I think we had 500 left at the end of it, but 700 of it was on. 700 of it was on set design. When I moved to England and request for citizenship, but. Yeah, if you request for citizenship though, but even if you request for citizenship in the UK, that's not always a guarantee that you're going to get it. You've got to live in the UK for 10 years before getting citizenship. You have documents to prove that you were born there. Oh yeah. If you were born there, you don't have to have citizenship because you've already got it. If you were born in the UK, then you're a British citizen anyway. If you're literally born in the UK, you don't have to request citizenship because technically you've already got it. If you're born in the UK, you're a British citizen. Which, that's what pisses people off at the moment in the UK. A lot of people move to the UK and have a kid because then they've got a British citizen in the house. It's an interesting concept, but that's what people do, honestly. Quite a few people have done that in recent years, apparently. Had a kid in the UK, and then obviously, technically, they are a British citizen. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh god, my back. My back is sore, guys. I'm feeling old, guys. I'm joking. I'm not feeling old. When an audition changed comedy forever. What? Oh, Superbad. Oh, yeah, it's talking about Superbad. Yes, Superbad is quite funny. I might stick to movies that only include me and some friends because they don't working out. New book? Yes, Epic Pro. I have brought out a new book. I brought it out because of a competition. Today's my birthday. Hello. Happy birthday, funny son. Welcome to the stream. I know, I've read your comment. Yes, Epic Pro, a new book is out. Where can I buy it? Amazon. Oh, you're from Romania. You don't have Amazon in Romania, but Amazon do ship to Romania. But you can buy it on ebook. Basically, there's a link in the description to the book. No, there's a link here to the book, sorry. There's a link here to the book. It's wrong. It's wrong. It doesn't come out in 3 days. It's already out. I haven't changed it. Yeah, we've got paperback and ebook. Amazon doesn't ship to Romania. No, they do. I swear they do. Romania. Amazon. Yeah. Amazon in Romania. Although Amazon doesn't run its own dedicated Romanian sites, Amazon delivers through other Amazon sites that delivers to Romania, like Amazon UK and Amazon Germany. Amazon UK and Amazon Germany do deliver to Romania. They do ship to Romania. So basically, even though Amazon doesn't have its own shop in Romania, doesn't have its own website for Romania, you can still buy stuff. Basically, though, I'm going to watch this on VR. Yeah, basically, you can buy it on ebook though. Ebook it has no shipping costs. Ebook is not shipping, it just downloads straight onto your laptop. So you can buy ebooks from anywhere. You can buy an Amazon ebook anywhere because it goes straight down onto your laptop. So bro, I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, you don't want to know. It's you don't want to know. I've already noticed it. At their start, there was only one at the bottom. I think Pig and Brutes are mentally broken. Bro, that's such a bad joke. It is a bad joke. But, yeah, yeah, the book came out last week. It came out 5 days ago. Basically, Patrick, you can buy it on ebook. Honestly, that is disgust. That is disgust. What book is it? I've brought out a horror story called The Doll Maker. It's about a serial killer that that kidnaps and turns girls into human dolls. It's it came out last Thursday. I released it on the 24th of July. Is there blood? Yes. Is there blood in the story? Yes, there is blood in the story. Of course there's blood. Well, there is blood in the story, yes. It is very, very gory. That's something that Gotham would do to me. Yeah, it's a very it's actually one of the dark. It will be the most harrowing horror story you ever read, because it's not just about a man that goes after human dolls. It's about a man that doesn't care. It's about a man that is so violent and so evil that his exact words are, the detective says to him, are you mentally insane? Why did you do this? He goes, I'm not mentally insane, I'm just fucking evil. Yeah, it does say 18 rated on it, because I wasn't aware what's... Yeah, it's an 18 rated novel. It's R rated. I think you can read it if you're 15, technically. I think you can read it if you're 15. But I didn't know what to age rate it as, so I just put 18 rated because it is quite a horrific story. But I put 18 rated on it, but you know, you could probably read it at 15. Like, it's there's a bit there's a little bit in there though, but this is how brutal it is and how evil. There is a parts where the guy says, where they ask, "Oh, we got a body with no head. Where is it?" And the guy goes, "In the basketball hoop in the back garden." Why is it in the basketball hoop in the back garden? Oh well, me basketball went flat, so I use the next best thing. That girl's head. And you're like, ugh. I actually wrote that when I wrote that down. I was actually nearly sick myself. I was like, oh, fucking hell. But yeah, there's a link to it in the description. You should make a little age book if you want to. What's a little age book? What is that? Oh, are you talking like a book for kids? You talking about like a book for kids? Epic Pro? This item cannot be dispatched to your selected delivery location. I have. I wrote a book. I have. I wrote The Witches of Glees. Yeah, I have wrote a children's book, Epic Pro. I wrote The Witches of Glees. The Witches of Glees is a prequel to my Dawn of Planets series. It's aimed at people 8 and up. Then Dawn of Planets is aimed for people 12 and up. It's basically Dawn of Planets stuff is aimed at people 12 and up, but the little prequel is aimed at people roughly 8 and up. So The Witches of Glees is more of a little story about fighting witches. Will you ever face cam? I've shown people my face on my Discord server, but I've already done like face reveals and stuff like that because I've given myself a role in a short films that I've done, but I haven't done it on a Minecraft stream because I've never seen a point. You join a VC? I might do Decepted. I don't know. I'll join in a minute. Like 10 minutes. But yeah. Can I ask? Do you sell your books? Yeah, they're available on Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon globally. Oh. Does it not work then? Does it not work? I'm not aware. It says it's available everywhere. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna look at my thing a minute because I swear Romania's down as a site, a place that you can buy it from. Let me just have a look at my bookshelf a minute on my published book. Oh, someone's read it on KNEP, Kindle's normal edition. So someone read 14 pages of The Doll Maker yesterday. Okay. That's new. So someone's read 14 pages of The Doll Maker yesterday on Kindle edition normalized pages read. So someone's read 14 pages of it. Wow, I hope they enjoy. Oh, so I've made 4 pence, guys. I've made 0.4 pence. I made 0.4 pence, so I made about a pence. Oh, okay. So I got 1 pence. I got a couple of pence every time they read a page. Okay, so I got 0.4 pence on a book yesterday. That's nice. That's enough to buy nothing, but you know. Yeah, they're available on Amazon, Armand. Yeah, what am I just looking at a minute? No. Bookshelf. That's what I want, bookshelf. I swear they're available. Perhaps I'm just an idiot. Let me just have a look a minute then. Oh, it's in all Amazon marketplaces then. I thought it was global, but yeah. But yeah, it's available on Amazon, guys. So I have wrote to Epic Pro. I have wrote a children's book. It's called The Witches of Glees, and it's about a young prince. It's about a young prince becoming and it's a coming of age story about a young prince who's the youngest in his family. It's basically The Witches of Glees. Okay. It's The Witches of Glees. Okay. Oh, try Kindle. Try the Kindle edition. Yeah, Patrick, try the Kindle edition because the Kindle edition has no delivery place. Have a look at the Kindle edition one because Kindle, you don't have to have a Kindle to look at the book. It automatically downloads it onto your laptop. That might be a thing to have a look at. Yeah, paperback won't deliver, but I think ebook might be completely different. I'm not entirely sure. But this is good to know, actually. If I could, well, I'll see if I can buy your demo. Thank you, Armin. That's really nice of you. Yeah, yeah. Novel writing is something that I've always been interested in, and I've always wanted to. So I've been doing it since 2023. So I've wrote a few books, guys. I wrote The Witches of Glees, Archipelago, Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space, Dawn of Planets: Vengeance, Dawn of Planets: The Gathering Storm, and The Dollmaker. I've got 2 books on the go at the moment, as in writing, but they'll probably be out in like a year, maybe a year or two's time. I'm doing 2 at the go at the moment. I'm like, it might, yeah. Kindle edition is basically just ebook, and ebook has no delivery because the ebook has no delivery. So I think that's how you can do it. But don't quote me on it. It should say, can you buy ebooks? Let's have a look. Yeah. According to this, you can buy Amazon ebooks anywhere, but there's only restrictions in some countries due to like censorship. So I think that might work. I don't know. Well, have a great day, night man. It's only daytime. It's only 7 p.m. Yeah, Kindle edition ebook version should work in other countries. Most definitely will work in other countries, I think. It's basically, if you have Amazon in your country, you can buy it. It's not your... Yeah, you can definitely buy the book in South Africa because I know I know it's available there. Actually, do they have Amazon there? Yeah, they do, I think. Basically, some countries don't have Amazon. Yeah, they do. Yeah. The book is available in South Africa. It's night for me too, but I'm staying late. Actually, South Africa's at the same... Can't you leash him? Can't I leash what? Oh, that polo... That? No, that llama. I thought you... I was wondering what you were talking about then. Yeah, I think we'll leave him there. I think we'll leave him there. He can become the legendary mountain llama. It's on. It's on what? Sorry, I didn't see what you said there. What you mean by it's on? Kind of cool how unsure you can tell you're switched because of the way the fob is. Yeah, hello Jackson the boss. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. So yeah, it is global, guys. The doll maker is out globally. I was totally unaware about the paperbacks not being available in some countries, but ebooks are available globally. Oh, yeah, hello Jackson the boss. How are you, by the way? I need to build something. But yeah, 500 of you, 400 of you have watched this stream over the last 6 hours. So, what are we going to do? This stream was going to start at 7 PM, at 3 PM, and then I started it at 1 PM. I started it at roughly 2 PM. Yeah. Yeah, you can sort of see. I like the old fog though, so I do like the old fog on the old legacy, because it looks nice, but also it's not too overpowering. How dead is the mini games? Hopefully not. It's not. Nah. It's actually more surprising because there's only a certain amount of players. There's only a certain amount of players you can have on Switch Edition. Hello, Skatepunk. Welcome to the stream. I'm really good. How are you? Let's have a look, shall we? Mini games. Just got to connect to Switch Online. Hopefully it does it without a hitch. Let's have a look. We'll see if we get into one. I haven't played one of these in a while, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm in. There's 2 people on, but there might be people doing it. I am good. I have a haircut coming up in an hour. Yeah, I haven't had a haircut since May. I only have a haircut every 8 months. I only have a haircut every 8 months, everybody. See, a third person has joined. So yeah, we'll see. Normally you've got about 8 players on, but the most you can get on like Switch was 8 players. It's weird. On Xbox and to me it's every 2 to 3 months. Yeah. My dad used to do it like once a week. My dad used to do it once every 4 weeks. My scout leader used to have his haircut every 6 weeks. I'm like, well, what have you grown in 6 weeks that you need to go and have an haircut? A guy in my college class, he didn't have an haircut for like 2 years. And then he dyed it, and because his hair had grown out, basically his top of his hair was brown, and then further down was like yellow. Like what? If you're doing it like a week, that's really odd. But not sure why when they stopped updating here. 2017. It is 7:28 for me. There's literally no good stuff in that chest, so let's just get down here. Right, let's just try. Now I have unlimited nether. Maybe, I don't know. Whoa! I can't move off this fire. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. I can't... Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. That guy won, but I wasn't going to move from there, was I? Ooh, but yeah. Yeah, well, no, it wasn't. The 16 player updates came out, so we've got the big maps on Switch, but they never made it 16 players. This was after the 16 player update, but they never brought it out, but they never made Switch 16 players. There's a few things they never did. We never had thing as well. I honestly can't tell you that, to be honest, because I started streaming on a laptop. Yeah, we get the new lobby. We got the new lobby. We got all the big maps as well. We got all the big maps as well, but only 8 players. But they never updated it to 16 players. But it was fine. So it's kind of weird, Jackson. Yeah, we get the old map. We get the new lobby. We get the new lobby, the new maps, and then we'll play one more, and then we'll pop back onto the world. Then maybe we'll try and play another one. But yeah, it's where it's. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I can't tell you that because even a low-grade laptop will stream. Even a low-grade laptop will. In fact, what is your laptop specifications? For example, there was, but I think that got patched. I think it got patched, but don't quote me on it, because I'm not. I don't know absolutely everything to do with it. They got a better bow than I have. Is he coming after me? Yeah, he is. Bolt it. Good. Yeah, but I believe there's another spot that was really interesting, but maybe patched. Not sure. I think it might. I think it might have been. It might be on some consoles, but I don't know about. I honestly don't know about everything. Joe, OMG at the stream. At the very start, I barely know I'm at the current. Yeah, this stream's been going for a long time, like 5 hours. 5 hours. It's been going for 5 hours and 33 minutes. Do you like my Irish accent? Do you like my Irish accent, by the way? Sounds really cool, doesn't it? Right, what we got? Bit of extra food. Diamond pickaxe, much safer. I should eat a bit of the food. Yeah, my Irish accent's pretty good, but it's because my accent has similarities to Irish. I just poisoned him and it didn't work. Did you respond to your comment? I read your comment out, but I didn't sort of see. Netherite takes a very long time to break, even with an efficiency 5 diamond pickaxe. Yeah, I wouldn't know, because I've never really found netherite naturally. Well, A, because I hardly play Bedrock, but might as well get an extra bow. Right. I'm just ignoring Decepted's VC because there's just nothing going on it. It's basically deader than a door now. Oh. Possible terrain and whatnot that was left out of bounds. Yeah, some of it, they made a lot of terrain that you didn't see, like Poxy buggeration. Eat some food. Come on, Joe. You can do this. Eat some food. You've only got 4 hours left. But you can do this, Joe. You can do it. Just conserve your ammo. Conserve your ammo. Or you could just do that. I'm gonna die. Because I went to fire the arrows and I bloody... Yeah. I knew I was gonna die then. Yeah, anyway, we're going to leave now anyway because I wasn't going to play that forever. Let's go and see if we can... Let's try and play a game of Tumble, shall we? See if we can join one. No, you can't, but we can make one. People will join it if we... People can't be bothered to make them, but... People can't be bothered to make them, but if we make one, people will join it. Let's have a look. Pardon me, I just burped. Sorry, I was eating crisps whilst streaming. That just proves I'm really fat. I heard a clown short film earlier on that I shot as part of my uni work, and there's some scenes that I really hate in that short film. It's not that they're bad. It's not that they're bad though. They're not bad scenes. There's just a couple of scenes which I don't like, and the reason I don't like them, guys, is because I look really fat in these scenes, in a couple of scenes. I look really fat in a couple of scenes. Should I do not fat? Quit body shaming yourself. I'm not body shaming myself. I'm not body shaming myself. There's just one scene which I don't like, but you can see my man tits fucking sticking through the clown suit. I'm like, okay. I don't body shame myself. But there is one scene which, if I could reshoot, I would. You would wait 10 minutes. Dude, you should see some of my family members. What do you mean? I'm a bit confused by that. Somebody has joined, right? What do you mean by that, Pixel King? I'm a bit confused by what you mean. Nothing. Then like 20 people join. Yeah, so we've had one person join. Hello. You know what? Never mind. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. Yeah. It's not. I don't fat. I'm not really fat shaming myself. There's just one scene that I really don't like. Well, there is a couple of scenes which... There's one scene I didn't even put in because it was that bad. There's one scene, guys. There's honestly one scene that never went in the film. What? Streaming, but I've been listening. I've been listening. I've been listening to what's going on, but I'm also streaming at the same time. I aired my short film. I aired my short film to I aired my short film Decepted, and guess what happened? Honestly, everybody on this stream right now, Decepted took a couple of scenes and made it zoom in every time my mantis jiggled. And he had to go and zoom it in about 40 times. Oh yeah, yes. I never called you anything. I didn't even know you were here because I muted myself because I'm streaming. Why would I call you anything, Burger? You're a legend. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't even know you were here. That's Decepted. He called you an... That's Decepted. He called you an onion. It was actually Minion. I was joking. He called you... What? Why would I call Burger fat when I'm probably fatter than he is? Friendly fire. What? You're now fat. Oh, yeah, yeah. If someone walks up to me and says, calls me fat, I just go, thank you. So do I, sometimes. I once got called... This person in my YouTube stream just commented, if someone walks up to me and calls me fat, I just go, thank you. I did that once to someone, but ironically, the person I said that to, they were ironically fatter than me, so I don't get why they were calling me fat, which is kind of funny though. It is a compliment, Burger, but you got the reverse card. What have I told you is about having a toilet after you've had a shit? Disgusting. Sorry, my dad shouted, someone do the toilet. I've been watching a lot of soccer and wish I'd been doing it sooner. Yeah, football as I call it is fun. I love it. I've been watching a lot of soccer. Yeah, football is a really fun sport. Football is a really fun sport. I love it. I'm not very good at playing it. Well, I can kick the ball, but I was always because I'm quite short. I was always terrible, and I was always put in defence. So I'm not going to be able to meet a header, am I? If someone runs up to me, I was always put in defence. So I was pretty good with the ball at my feet, but my world is struggling to load. That's amazing. Oh, is that like a person trying to offer you his services? Burger.
Yes.
Yeah, I had the guy like that, and I said no, I do it all myself because I'm a film production, because I do it all for my film channel as well. And the guy goes, I can make stuff for that too. I'm like, no. I'm like, thanks, but I don't need a new logo. I think some people though, they're looking for business, and I actually spoke to the guy that did that. I said to him, I said, but you've wrote it in AI. I said, you're not going to get jobs by just turning up on people's streams and saying, I'm a graphics designer, I do this. That's not how you do it. And he said, oh, I'm only doing it because I lost my job. I haven't had a job in a year. I'm like, yeah, I can tap. I know. It's really sad, but you're not going to get jobs by...
Yeah.
You're not going to get in jobs by trying to blackmail them into giving you work. And basically what this guy had done is he tried to start his own company up because he hadn't had a job in over a year, but he had no idea he had no idea anything about it and how to do it. He just was doing it because he thought it was an easy job, but there are no easy jobs.
Well, the easiest job is the one you're good at.
Yeah, the
or
easiest.
the one you find fun to do.
It's like I met a guy in my college class. He's studied film production for 3 years, and now that's true.
You're welcome.
What I'm gonna say to that, Jackson the boss, is yeah, the MLS is PSG in the Club World Cup absolutely showed why the MLS is so far behind Europe in terms of football. You know, MLS that Inter Miami, they didn't get out of their own box for the first half. In the first 17 minutes of the match, Inter Miami were pretty much playing around their own penalty area. But it's also as well, no offense to the MLS, but a lot of football players in Europe call MLS the retirement league. We are in Europe. We actually call the MLS the retirement league, where all our players go when they're pushing mid-30s before they retire. We for years we've called the MLS the retirement league. But what I think you can fix the MLS. Joe, I'm out. Okay. Have a good rest of your day, Patrick, and yeah, have a good rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one.
Hang on.
I think you can fix the MLS by adding relegation. Make it so that every soccer or football club in America can be the best.
Someone's just coming to my stream with one of the longest names I've ever seen.
What's that?
I don't know how to pronounce it. It's in a different language.
Oh yeah, I had one the other day, which their name was my big ass, fat ass, even fatter than your ass. And basically, you didn't even see the whole title because it cut off.
Oh. I changed one of
Hello,
them.
Maddie. Welcome to the stream.
So you know how I've told you
what's
about
up?
this streamer called Chazzy Boy?
Oh yeah.
Well, one time he did a members only stream and I got a bunch of screenshots of him. As was everyone, because he was doing it on his phone. And he dropped his phone and I got a screenshot of his leg. And I changed that to one of my YouTube accounts.
I thought you were going to say something else.
I
thought you were going to say something else then. You've got a photo of something else.
Oh, I also have one that makes him look like he's got a giant chin.
But basically, yeah, that sort of thing. But you've got too many teams. I think the MLS has got like 30 teams. Maybe why don't they cut it down to like 20? Cut it down to like 20, and then have another
But
league
they don't have
underneath.
enough. They don't have enough then.
Well, 20 teams. It means you play each other twice. Play each other. If you 20 teams, you would play 19 away, 19 home, exactly like the English Premier League. And if they add like relegation. But the one thing you don't have though is relegation. So no matter what, you've got to, if you want to be part of that league, you've got to basically buy your way into that league. What would make it better, I think, is if you have to.
New record.
You've got to play your way in. So in the UK, in Europe, if you are a bad team, you're not. If you're a bad team and struggling, you're not guaranteed a place in the next in the league the next year.
Get rid of that.
You are. Whoever finishes in the English Premier League, whoever finishes bottom in the bottom
That's just
three.
called last.
In the English Premier League, if you finish bottom in the bottom three, you are replaced by the top three of the league below for the next season. But America, you could lose in the MLS. You could lose every single game. You could have 0 points after how many ever games you play, and you're still not going to get relegated. If you add relegation to the MLS, then it'll be more about who's winning. It'll be more about who's the best team in America, because it's not just this. You're actually fighting to make sure that you're still in the division. You're not just fighting for a promotion. You're not just fighting for the league. You're fighting for the right to stay in that division. Yes, Berger?
I just beat my record on quickest amount to get 100 views.
Oh,
I've
really?
been live for 30 minutes and got 112.
Cool. That's really good.
Bear in mind, I have 118 subs.
That's really good. I've been streaming for 6 hours and only got 400 today. So
I could potentially catch you.
You could catch me. I haven't been doing very well with streams recently, but it's because I took loads of breaks.
Oh yeah, YouTube really hates when anyone does that.
I took a load of breaks because I've been knackered. I haven't really taken a break. I haven't really taken a break since like the end of July. No, since the end of last year. I probably haven't taken a break, and I haven't taken a break since I went on holiday last year, and that was a year ago this week. I will be taking a break in 2 weeks. I will be taking a break though in 7 weeks' time, because I will be away. Because I will be away for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I'm essentially gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I will be gone. I will be on the beach for 2 weeks, so I cannot wait. But I'm not going on holiday now for another 2 months, so I want to be on holiday now.
What you should do is pre-record a bunch of like videos and just schedule them to
be honest,
upload.
I used to do that.
Before.
Yeah, I might do that. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Or I might just take the Elgato with me and stream like I did the last time.
Yeah.
I generally did that.
I mean, I might just do some like, oh, I've got the same amount of views already as subscribers. 118.
I always make the joke.
Wait, when did that go up by one?
I always
was
make
just 117.
Yeah, I always make the joke when I hit 175. I always make the joke that I've got the same amount of views as my height now. I always make that joke.
That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, I think people have had enough of it. But whenever we hit 175, I'm like, oh, we just hit my height and views, and then.
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, I've made the joke quite a few times. I've probably made the joke like 50, 60 times, and it's still funny. You've probably never been on.
Maybe to you.
You've
I don't think it's funny to anyone else.
I don't know. Could be worse. Imagine if you were 200 centimeters. You're like, shit. I don't know. I always found it funny. I don't know if anyone else does.
I mean, I see why. I just looked over to my analytics screen,
Yeah.
and it's just gone up by 6. Like,
Might be-
just in the past minute.
is that because it's on the
It's
short
gone up by
speed?
2. Yeah.
Yeah. Short speed is brilliant for that.
The only problem is it just counts scrolling past as a view,
Oh yeah.
which is not. Yeah, that's the only problem with YouTube.
Well, with YouTube Shorts format as well, it also
Yeah.
it
Well,
also
that's what I mean. It's only YouTube Shorts that do that.
and it also, you know, your views go up, but your views go up, but your view duration goes down.
Yeah.
So I used to be getting like 17 minutes of view duration every stream, but we'd only have like 100 views, and then basically it would go, because I did the shorts feed, it went the other way around. You know, I'd have 50 seconds of
Yeah.
watch time, of view duration, and then 1,000 views. It's like a two-sided thing. It's really
I mean,
interesting.
I get around a minute of view,
Yeah.
average view duration.
I've had 4 today, but it's because there hasn't been as many people watching the
Yeah.
stream, but more people have watched it for longer, which, you know, it's fine.
I get the feeling if I start uploading videos instead of streaming for 2 weeks, YouTube's absolutely gonna hate it when I go live again.
But you're still uploading.
Oh, is it just as long as you upload, not what you upload?
Pretty much.
Oh. Have you heard of this place called Kick?
Kick. The streaming
Yeah.
site.
Yeah. It does look better than YouTube.
I haven't looked at it. But
But they pay
I
you
have heard of it.
hourly, though. After you
Hourly?
meet their requirements, they pay you hourly, yeah.
I have not
Some
been.
people
I have not been paid by
some people
YouTube
have
yet.
said they've made $16 an hour from it.
$16 an hour. That would be a little bit less in the UK.
Well, yeah, but it's still good.
It's 11.
But
Basically,
just
it's
playing games
£11.
and stuff.
It's almost £12. It's not too bad. Yeah,
Any money's better than none.
that is true.
Plus, I think their requirements might be easier to reach.
Have you seen God Bless You going on a rampage in Decepted server?
No.
Honestly, read it. It's unhinged. He told me yesterday.
In what channel?
All of them, General and
General.
No Mike. He went unhinged the other day and basically told me about how he's going to make billions of pounds. He's going to get unlimited money, have multiple children, have multiple mansions. And I said, "How are you going to do it?" He said, "I'll create a video game." And I said, "Well, do you know how to make a video game?" And he goes, "No." Do you know how to code? No.
They do realize how hard it is.
No, I think he's got autism or something like that. So I think he underestimates how hard things are. So yeah, I think he underestimates how sort of hard and easy everything is.
Look in general.
I know, like he was,
Undecepted.
honestly, he goes ballistic every time.
Charlotte Vaz is in my stream again. Hello. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing the last name right. Oh, 128 views.
Yeah,
That's like 2 stacks of blocks in Minecraft.
yeah. Honestly, he would join and then basically he told me that I'm going to hell yesterday because I'm fat.
Oh. I didn't realize being fat went against God.
No, the funny thing is,
I
God,
don't.
apparently God made
I don't
fat
remember hearing
people.
that.
God made fat disgusting, so people would go to church and not be fat. And when he said commented that, I'm like, is this guy
Wait,
like?
what they're saying is, Joe, if you go to church, you don't need to exercise.
Yep. So, I've already signed up. Yeah, he's just odd. Well, because he, basically, I think with this, because you said about you said a while back, didn't you? That he's not your favorite person because he just joins and then.
Yeah.
But he has started being very, very religious to the wait. Not starting being, he was religious, but he takes offence if you make a joke about anything. The joke doesn't have to be about him, but he takes offence to it. So he took offence to me calling myself fat, and then goes and says that, and then
Hang on. I've never actually heard of someone taking offense over someone calling themselves.
but yeah, he doesn't like jokes. So basically, I put a picture of Hulk Hogan in because obviously Hulk Hogan died the other day, and
Oh yeah.
and then Hab goes muscles. I go, yeah, that's I jokingly put, yeah, that's me. That not you. I'm like, yeah, it is. And of course he was just, that not me. You lie. That means why you lie. I hate joke. I want truth. I'm like, you're not gonna get the truth though, aren't you? You know what? Not everyone is gonna turn around and give you the truth. Not everyone's gonna know that you're sensitive to anything that doesn't even concern you.
You know, they should definitely come to England.
Oh no, he wants to come to England because he wants to dodge the draft. He wants to come because he doesn't want to go to war. And do you know what he said yesterday? Oh, my parents tried to stop me from going to draft because they make me sign documents saying I'm mentally retarded. And I'm like, I was so tempted to go, well, they're not wrong. But I'm convinced.
Definitely not.
I'm convinced he generally is, and he doesn't think. I'm convinced that he thinks his parents are saving him from the draft, but I think it might be that he, actually is.
I think they're saving the draft from him.
Yeah,
I think it's the other way round, Joe.
It's amazing they was able to get full netherite armor without having to mine all the ancient debris. Yeah, ancient debris is just such a stupid thing to do. It's too hard. It's too hard to collect.
Yeah. Not if you install something called X-ray.
That is true. Or you do something. Or you do something called duplicate one piece.
Oh, I can't put one.
I legally won't say that I've duplicated stuff.
I mean, you kind of have to in Legacy.
That is true. Yeah, there was actually a thing where you could get mob spawners in survival, mobs in survival at one point. So so I do have mob eggs in survival.
I did not know you could do that.
It was a creative glitch where if you went to creative and did it all within 30 seconds and then force quit the game, you could keep all the stuff you got in creative in survival and keep achievements. So I did that, and I have like creeper spawn eggs, and I don't have. I've only got half a woodland mansion, so I don't officially. I don't have totems of undying. But because I got the because I could get the spawn eggs via this creative glitch, I've secretly stuck them in a dungeon that I found a mob spawner, and I shoved them in there.
Oh, smart.
Have you ever tried deep fried muck cheese? I have not. I don't think we have that in the UK, to be honest.
What's muck cheese?
Oh, mac and cheese. Sorry, I read it as muck cheese. Muck cheese. Oh. Everybody's got to have their muck cheese.
That sounds like some weird, like, chemical they'd sell at McDonald's.
Should I call someone that? Henry McCheese.
Yes.
Henry McCheese.
No, Cole decepted it.
What, McCheese? It's not McLevin.
Yes. I'll be so confused.
It's not McLevin, it's McCheese.
McCheesin.
McCheese.
McCheesy.
What do you want? Do you want your Yeezys or your McCheesies? Yeah, the team Austin. I
I hate the
have
fact-
heard of Austin FC.
I hate the fact that you can't put resin in a blast
They look
furnace,
kind of
even though it
localish
turns
detail,
into an
like,
ingot.
horrible, but they're like 9, 10, 12, and you got a team out of DC like that. I know you've got. I have heard of Austin FC. I mean, the team I support is Everton FC, so in the English Premier League, which are ironically the oldest, one of the oldest teams in the league. They've been there. They out of 125 seasons, they've played 120.
I just farted and it stinks.
Let's have a look. Everton 25/26 season.
What do I put in this?
Yeah. 2025/26 is the 148th season in the history of of Everton Football Club. The club's 72nd consecutive season in the top flight.
Oh. 16.
Most top flight appearances. Teams. Everton have the most appearances in the top flight. Everton have missed the top flight only 4 times. So out of
That's not a lot.
out of 126 seasons, they've played 122 of them in the top flight.
Is that
Incredible.
good?
Well, they've always been in the top flight pretty much. So out of 126 seasons,
Is the top flight good though?
Premier League.
Oh, that's what that is.
The top flight is the Premier League. So the top.
The only sport
It
I've
is, but then
actually
you have
watched
draws in Premier
is-
League games. You have draws everywhere, though, Jackson the boss.
Joe, the only sports I've ever watched is with my grandma and granddad tennis when I'm at theirs, and sometimes my dad will take me and my brothers to a rugby game.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never understood them. Yeah, it's just because if you draw a match, you draw the match. So it's just basically in league football, it's about how many points you can get. So if say that you're winning the top, say I'm about to win the Premier League as manager of Everton, and we've got 96 points, and the nearest team have 95. If we draw, we get 1 point. If the other team win, they get 3. So it ends up we have 97, we have 96, they have 98, and we go from a point above them to 2 points below them. It's basically just if you draw, you get a point. It's basically just because sometimes draws are the same. One of my favourite draws of all time is Everton Manchester United. But penalty kicks in a league game have sort of no points, and then it would basically be penalty kicks. It would be an interesting concept, but if you draw a match, who's to say that you've played? Who's to say you've been the better team, and then you lose it because of a penalty shootout in a league match? People would complain. That's why they do it. Like, no, I know. I
know who
yeah.
would complain. My granddad.
Another one I'm thinking
it's
of
just
though
nothing.
is penalty kicks aren't really you for a long time in the English football game. It used to be that penalty shootouts used to not be a thing. If you drew an FA Cup match, you played it again. You did a replay. You were basically if you drew a match, you did a replay somewhere else. And then if it was still a draw at the end of that match, then you did the penalty shootout. Replays was a real good idea, but people moan about them now. People don't want them anymore. Well, it's mainly the bigger football teams that moan about them, which is quite sad. Because sometimes say that you've got drawn against a team. Hello, Karim Khan. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, say that you've been drawn against a team, Jackson the Boss, and they've come to you, and they have to come to you, and you've got you're only a small stadium with like 10,000 stadiums. If it's on TV, you have to be paid it. So if you say that you get a draw, and then you go. Say that you get a draw, and then you have to go and replay them at their stadium. So say that you're a small town. Like, I'm going to use an example. Yeah. So basically, back in the day, you could be Shingthorpe Town. Shingthorpe doesn't exist. It's just an example. Shingthorpe Town could be drawn against Man City at home. So, for example, Man City would have to go to Shingthorpe Town in the middle of nowhere and play them in the FA Cup. Say they drew, Shingthorpe Town would then have to go to Man City's 65,000 seater stadium, the Etihad. Replays get more money for the smaller teams. Yeah, back in the day, yeah. Replays would get smaller clubs more money because more TV revenue, more seats. It gets them more money. Like, it could keep a lot of teams afloat.
Right,
but now
yeah.
it's the
What are
managers
you
like
doing,
Pep Guardiola,
Stepjoe?
Jurgen Klopp. They're the ones that moan. There's the ones that moan too many games. Like all the other back in the day, they used to play lots more games than they do now. But it's basically foreign managers that are very whingy. Back in the day, like 30 years ago, I saw a highlight a couple of years ago about a match that was played about 40 years ago now. This team had 5 games in 10 days. This team, to save themselves from relegation from the English top flight at the time, they had to play 5 games in 10 games. Now you don't play 5 games in a month. And it's sort of like that.
Confusing.
But draws are a very interesting thing. Like, draws are I think it's funner to draw a game sometimes than win it. One of my favourite draws of all time was Everton-Manchester United. Everton were 3-1 down at half-time and the game ended up 4-4.
Joe, I regret to inform you, but funner is not a word.
But then the league is a tournament. The league is still a tournament because whoever wins it. It's a bit different with the MLS because the MLS is pretty much its own thing. But
Who's that Roman Reigns?
the English Premier League is football leagues are tournaments. Football leagues are still tournaments, so basically it's more impressive with draws as well. So like for example a couple of years ago my team were close to getting relegated a few years ago, and we stayed up by 2 points, and that was because on the 90th minute our centre back scored a 30-yard goal to make it 1-1 against the team. The week later, one of our young strikers came on and scored on the 89th minute, which got us another draw. So those 2 points that we stayed up by were got by draws. Were got by clawing draws back. So it's like
You only like them when you get benefit from them.
Yeah. Draws are a thing though. So my team last season, we won 11, lost 12, but we drew 15, and some of them were stupid, but a couple of them was because we were scoring on like the 89th minute and taking it to a draw. So I think a draw is I think football shouldn't be changed. Like, drawing stays the same. I think it's funner. Like, if you've drawn a league match, I don't think you should go to penalty kicks to see who wins.
Joe, I would like to inform you, funner is not a word.
Sorry?
Funner is not a word, it's funnier.
Yeah, my accent. It's my accent, you know. Yeah. It depends what it was postponed for, Jackson. So, back in December of last year, my football team had a game postponed for 3 months, and it was postponed because of storm. Yeah. That's why. But then the reason they postpone it and then they don't announce when it's going to be replayed is because there's all these other fixtures in between. They've got to find a time that it's not congested. So one of the football team I support, our biggest game, against our city rivals, because I'm an Everton fan, our game against city rivals Liverpool was postponed at Goodison Park, was postponed a few hours before the match because of a storm, a real bad weather that we had this storm coming in, which, you know, it was bringing in winds of like 100 miles an hour and like torrential rain.
As British weather does.
The game was postponed because Liverpool's on the coast, and it got replayed in February of this year. But the reason they do it is because you can't have a game within a certain amount of time of another game, so it has to be played by a certain point. But they need to find the right place for it where it doesn't complicate anything. So this game for Everton and Liverpool had to be balanced around whether Liverpool was still in the Champions League, whether Everton and Liverpool were in the FA Cup, which neither of them were. They were both knocked out, and Liverpool's Champions League match was actually put for a week later. So it resulted in the only time they could do it was this day in February. A lot of people moaned that it was delayed, it was postponed because of the weather, but it would have been a safety concern for people coming in.
Joe, after the teams got knocked out, did any of them go to a hospital?
Yeah, if it's postponed though, they've got to do that though. They've got to check and make sure it's in the right period. It's annoying, but it's got to be done.
Nah, what if I just didn't do it?
Yeah, 2 game legs. It's also...
Joe, I have a genius idea. You just make up all the rules.
That's a good idea. Yeah, why don't I just make up football rules? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of tackles, everyone. We're gonna basically get rid of yellow cards.
We're just gonna remove the ball.
No, we're gonna get rid of yellow cards. So basically, nowadays we're gonna go back to the 1930s when you can go in and remove people's testicles. That actually happened to an Everton player. An Everton player actually lost a testicle.
Oh well, they'll grow back.
Yeah, actually, another teammate ran over to him and was rubbing the affected area. He said, "Don't rub them, count them." Yeah, the football player said, "Don't."
Football?
What is football?
I swear it's just a bunch of gay people running around kicking balls.
No, they're not gay. They're men. When you see some of the old tackles from the 80s, fucking hell. Vinnie Jones walked up to Paul Gascoigne and said, "I'm gonna bite your ear off all across the pitch." And he didn't, but he did to try and show Paul Gascoigne that he wasn't going to give him a moment's peace. He actually grabbed his ball. Now that I think of it, soccer might be the most dangerous sport. I think rugby. I think rugby, Jackson, because rugby is
definitely is.
Rugby is basically, you know, buff 6 foot guys, roughly weighing about 250 pounds, just smashing into each other.
You definitely want to aggressively make out with one of them.
I mean, what was it? When you see a rugby,
you didn't deny it.
No, when you see a rugby player nowadays, thank you. My stream heard that. They're most likely to get an injury, but they're not deadly. Like. You can come back from most injuries now. A football player that played for Everton a few years ago, he broke his leg and he came back 3 months later. He came back and played 3 months later. But back in the 60s, Brian Clough, who was one of the greatest football managers of all time, he only retired because he did his ACL. Nowadays, you can come back from an ACL injury. You can't.
I'm
No, but
very confused at the minute.
yeah, they don't do headers, Jackson. But with rugby, you're not just you're intentionally crashing into people. You're intentionally crashing into people.
You're intentionally trying to break the other person's shoulder.
You're intentionally breaking their shoulders. Thank you, Burger. Everyone can hear Burger.
Yeah, I know. Everyone can hear
Yeah,
you.
but if you jump up for a header, the ball doesn't weigh a lot now. So yeah, there's always
Where
a
the hell did
chance.
that boat come from?
There is always a chance
There's
you
just
can
a
injure
boat
yourself,
in
but there's not a lot of there's injuries that there's only one person
Where the
that's ever
hell did
died
that
on the
come-
pitch, and there's only one person that's ever died on the pitch, and it was for a completely different reason, that his heart just stopped, but the guy survived because they were able to get a defibrillator. It's now actually it's actually illegal to have a football stadium now without it's actually illegal now to not have defibrillators in football stadiums in the UK and across because of the Euros. Basically, it's illegal because back in 2021, in the Euros of 2021, yeah, they are dangerous, but I think football is a safer game. You might break your leg.
Yeah,
but
all you've got to do is wear kneecaps. Not kneecaps, knee pads.
But then you do also wear protection as in shin pads.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. But
I just call
with
them knee
rugby,
pads
they're
'cause I
not
forgot
with
the
rugby.
name.
They're not wearing any protection. But also, rugby players. I found out the other day the shortest
I don't know
rugby
what the
player.
women would be saying to that.
The shortest professional rugby player is like 5'7".
So just your height.
I'm not 5'7". I'm a little bit above 5'7" by 5 centimeters.
Congrats. What's that in inches?
2.
Oh, you could have just said 2 inches.
I could have, but 2.5 centimeters. An inch is 2.5 centimeters.
My brain doesn't. My brain don't like centimeters though.
Good. 'Cause you're British. That's very good. Yeah, 2 inches. I'm not 5'7". I'm 5'9".
Why do you do everything the way Americans do it?
No, America. It's because it's French. I've always been taught centimeters because my school used to teach me centimeters. My school taught me centimeters because in southern England they've switched it all to centimeters because apparently centimeters is better. So we were actually told no, you don't use inches.
What?
Yeah.
Don't you?
Berger said, "Why do I use centimeters, not inches?" And I said, "Well, because my schools now tell you to
That
use
was
centimeters."
hilarious.
It was hilarious.
Well, they're just like, what the fuck are you on about?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the shortest rugby player is like 5'7" now, but then you see rugby players now. There was a rugby player a few years ago. He was 6'10" and 20 stone.
It sounds about right.
And what is 20 stone is like 280 pounds. I'm like, that's 75 pounds more than I weigh. Fucking hell. Imagine him just running into you. I mean, I'm running the other way. I'm like, you can fucking score your try. Yeah, that rugby player I mentioned, his one son plays football. His one son in COVID. His one son was 18 in COVID and 6'2". At the end, he came out of the COVID pandemic and was 6'8". Like bloody hell! Like
Joe, you don't have to specify he has one son each time.
yeah, he had however many sons he had. But you know, one of them went into COVID at 6 foot or something like that, and then came out of COVID at 6'8". Like fucking hell, how much do you grow in fucking lockdown then? I mean, 8 inches is what?
A lot. 8 inches is above average.
Yeah. I'm gonna see what that is in centimeters. 20
Jesus.
centimeters. So he practically doubled his height. Jesus. He went
No,
from
he only gained a foot.
he went from being roughly normal to being abnormal. I'm joking.
Do you want to know what my sword name was before I had to get it replaced because
Yeah, why
there's a
not?
grave
What was
plugging on
it
with
called?
Minecraft ever? It was called my abnormally large feet because they are very large.
Your abnormally large feet. Okay.
Yeah, I should have named it toes because I've got 2-inch long toes.
Yeah. Could be worse. I have to buy
God
shoes.
damn it, 2 people had that.
Could be worse. Well, everyone's heard it on my stream. Could be worse. Could be worse.
Oh well.
Could be worse. I have to buy shoe sizes 2 sizes too big.
Oh, I recently brought some new shoes.
Yeah, I have to buy shoe sizes too big because my feet are that wide.
Damn.
Normally,
Have you ever just thought of like
what, chopping bits
cutting
off?
off some like fat?
No. Normally, I should be a size 6.5, but I have to buy 7s and 8s because I'm that thing wide.
You have tiny feet.
Yes, I do.
Did you just like always wear like shoes that are too small for you?
No.
And how are your feet so short?
I have no idea. There was always a joke that I got clown feet because obviously I think there is actually a thing though. There was a football player.
No, I've genuinely got clown feet. My feet is. I'm a size 12.
Yeah, there's people. A lot of people.
The other day when I was looking for some new trainers, right?
Yeah.
I found a shoe size in a 16.
No, it's like thing.
size 12's
won't
a
get
foot
even
long.
into the rest, but it was very bad. Luckily, the TV watch didn't show how gross it was because he happened to cut away from the facing the camera. Yeah. What was I gonna say? No, on the shoe thing.
No, not a mind reader.
On the shoe thing, no, I've always had small feet, so I had to. I found out the other day that my shoe size is actually under average.
Yeah.
Which
I knew that just by you telling me.
and 5'9", so it's weird.
I'm just testing. I've tested.
But literally, yeah. There was an Everton player there was an Everton striker in the the
My feet are
80s.
above average.
Ah, I have to.
You know, someone actually told me I have clown feet. You haven't muted it. Oh. That's just gonna break it. That's not gonna test if it's broken. I assume she's just figured out that throwing a Nintendo Switch down the stairs does not test if it's broken.
No, she wants to test if it will break. I'm like,
Oh, tell her they're almost indestructible.
but that's what she thinks. But she's brain dead.
Tell her I said that and tell her that I know all about Nintendo Switches.
Yeah, it's
Huh?
yeah. I'm gonna mute my mic a minute. No, honestly, the shoe thing.
Alright.
The shoe thing though, it's good because the smaller your feet, the cheaper the shoes.
I know someone who's like 6'6" and is the same shoe size as me,
Yeah,
and I'm 6 foot.
yeah. It's the thing though. I know people that are taller than me
The
and
thing is,
have bigger feet. It's
I've
funny.
got the biggest feet in my family.
Yeah, it's the funny thing is though, I'm taller than I'm taller than people, and I have smaller feet than them. It's funny, but I've always been clumsy, and the joke is that it's because my feet can't hold the balance, can't balance my weight or something like that.
No, I think it's just the fact your legs can't hold your weight.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. No one understands it.
I'm not sure what to do for this.
I've just never realised how
on
funny
this
that is.
vault.
I'm average height, but then I have a shoe size that's like 4 under the average height. 4.
Oh, I'm an inch above the average height, and I'm a shoe size above the average shoe
You're not
size
an
for
inch,
my
you're not an
height.
inch above it. The average height for humanity is 5'7". You're like
Aha!
you're like
3 inches.
6.
Wait, no, 4 inches. Is it 4?
No, 5.
Yeah, it is 4.
No, 4 is 5'11".
Oh wait, yeah, I just can't count.
For me, it's because my body hates me for being a lazy fuck, but I'm not at all fat. Yeah, that's a comment I just read in the stream. Yeah, I'm sort of.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about yourself.
I'm not actually that fat. I'm only like 205 pounds, but I'm. But it's because I look chubby because I'm 5'9". But
Are you forgetting we're in Britain, not America?
why?
You keep using American measurements.
What, 200 pounds?
Yeah.
That's a British measurement.
Is it?
Yeah, pounds.
I always use stone for weight.
No, pounds.
Stone or kg.
Kg's French. Pound and stone is French because 14 pounds is a stone.
Oh.
So basically, if you're 12,
Damn.
if you're well, what is it? If you're 10 stone, you're 140 pounds. I know what it is in all three, but yeah. Kg's French. That's why that's why they call it kilogram. It's like centimeters is French.
Oh.
Feet in inches is feet and inches is
Feet aren't
British.
French.
No, feet in inches is British, which is why you say you're 5 foot. Which is why I say I'm 5'9", because it's 5'9" inches.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know, but my question: do most people in Europe use the Euro betting odds? Probably, I don't know, but there's lots of betting sites in the UK. And
Oh, you know what would be an amazing thing to do to when you have your kid?
yeah,
Like get your entire family around and then place bets on how tall you think they're gonna be.
you can actually find out via a website.
Can you? Is there an actual website that does that?
Well, yeah, you put your height in. However, if say that you've got a much younger sibling, if you put your mum's height in and your dad's height, and their age and their height, and then the kid's age and the kid's height, it then predicts how tall it thinks they will be.
Fuck is that?
So it got me wrong.
Is that a data coordinate?
It got me wrong. It said that I would be about 5'8", and I just about crept
that's a
up to
date.
5'9". But yeah, I'm kicked.
Day, month, year, month, day, year.
Yeah. Because it's like
I'm
minus
so
120 to win,
confused.
5 to 5 to win, but it's like Europe is 22. I don't know, because I don't really bet, Jackson, to be honest. I don't really put bets in, because I just don't see the point in it. It's not that I don't see the point in it. I don't have the money to do it, and I don't see the point in doing
No.
it. Yeah, just curious. Yeah, I don't see the point in putting like ridiculous amounts of bets in. Like, I've known people do it. And I've known people that do it stupidly. Like, you know, I knew someone.
They bet their life savings, like a real man.
Yeah, I knew someone. Honestly, I knew someone.
Cool, you knew someone. I know many people.
Yeah, no, I knew someone that they were getting £1,800 a month, and they spent £1,300 of it on drugs. Like there's like with gambling.
Average British person.
Like with gambling, there's more money. You can put money on better things. No, I don't know. I just like looking at them for games I watch. I think betting is just stupid. Unless you're a professional. Well, even a professional can get it wrong, though. That's the thing. Even a professional can get it wrong. There was football players a few years ago. They were betting on themselves losing, scoring, and then making it. They were betting on themselves getting a yellow card, and then getting their friends to bet on them getting a yellow card, and then go in and getting themselves.
But couldn't the player just attempt as hard as possible to get a yellow card?
Yeah, that's what he did. So I know, but at least then it's not risky. It's not as risky because they will win enough. But regardless, it's dumb. It's dumb, and football players can't. It's illegal for football players to put bets on games they play.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so the player that did that ended up getting a 10-month ban. Ivan Toney that did that, he got a 10-month ban, and there's an investigation into Lucas Paqueta, who plays for West Ham. He could actually be handed like a lifetime football ban because of it.
Oh. Good for him. I have no idea what I'm doing in this vault anymore. I'm just like digging out blocks and hoping that it looks good.
There was a thing. Oh, an MLB pitcher here literally was caught on Love TV. Cursed himself out for striking out a batter he faced. Yeah. There was a game of cricket.
Did not work.
There was a game of cricket a few years ago, and they found out the Australian national team was using sandpaper on the ball to make it harder to catch. They found out this. Well, they were putting sandpaper on the cricket ball to make it harder to catch. I think it was Australia. No, it roughs up the ball, so it makes it not go as far. I think they would play it where I think it was Australia. So they basically were putting sandpaper on the ball and roughing it up so it wouldn't go as smoothly. Oh, fuck. I said Australian cricket ball, you Australian cricket war. Look. Yeah. Oh, this is it. 2018 Australian born tampering scandal. A game against South Africa. They Cameron Bancroft was caught on television cameras trying to rough up one side of the ball with sandpaper to make it swing in flight. So it would make it change in flight, so it would deceive the batter. Underwater hockey. Yeah, what is the point of underwater hockey? That is the thing. What is the point of underwater hockey? You have to swim for it. The dumbest sport of the Olympics. I don't know. I love football at the Olympics, but it pisses me off that Great Britain can never have a team in. Great Britain can never have a team in the Olympics because we play as England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales and other things. But we should be allowed. We should be allowed to have like a Great British team every 4 years. Bloody hell! It's the Olympics. 2028's the Olympics. It's in Paris. No, it's not. It's in somewhere. It's in America, I think. No, 2028. Oh yeah, the Olympics will be in America in 2028 in LA. LA 28, but yeah, 2028. The World Cup is in America, which I don't like that America have got the Olympics and the World Cup. It's really annoying, really, because I think England should. I think the Olympics. England hasn't had the World Cup in 60 odd years, and it's shocking that every year we're always the team that in second place. I find it weird, annoying. I want England to host the World Cup, and it always seems to be that we're always the second bid. Now it's 2026 and yeah. Well, yeah, the 2020. Ironically, though, England is always the backup because we're the only country in the world that can host the World Cup with 2 games to spare. Surprisingly, the UK have got the infrastructure to put on because of the FIFA World Cup, because of the FIFA Club World Cup, because of how many football teams the UK have got. It's say that America had to pull out like next week. The UK is the only team in the only country in the world that can turn around and say, yeah, we can host the World Cup next year. Don't worry about it. There's only one team in the world that can turn around and do that because of the infrastructure that we've got and 40,000 football teams. You know, we could host the World Cup with if someone was to pull out of the World Cup of hosting it. We could host it with we could basically put it together in 6 months because we've already got the policing and the infrastructure to do it. Yeah, I'm not saying America doesn't deserve it, but America have had the Olympics 3 times in 40 years. America have had the Olympics 3 times in 40 years. Great Britain have had it 3 times in 100 and 3 times in 100. I just think it's unfair. I just think it's a bit unfair that some countries have never had it, and then America had it 3 times in 30 years. They had it in 84, they had it in 84, 94, and... Hold on. Olympics... Yeah, America hosted it... No, America has hosted it 3 times. America have hosted the Olympics 4 times, sorry. They hosted it in 1904 in St. Louis, 1932 in Los Angeles, 1984 in Los Angeles, and 1996 in Atlanta. Yeah, America have had it 4 times. For our women's team, like nothing like having to play a basketball team that can't lose in women's basketball. The most progressive region in the world. But pretty much like, it's like baseball though. Baseball is only really played by America. Not many other countries play it. Like Japan play it. But baseball isn't really played by anyone else. Ironically, baseball was invented by the British, but we don't play it that much. Americans. Nah, that's cricket. That's cricket. Do you know what? Love cricket. I've got to be honest. Absolutely love cricket.
I don't believe I've seen a single game.
I don't like watching it. That's the thing. I like playing it. No. But not worldwide. Yeah, a few countries play, but yeah. In baseball, the only big country really for baseball is America, because everyone else pretty much plays cricket. I mean, cricket is basically baseball, except the bat's different, and you don't run the full length of the pitch. You run up and down, and however many runs you get is... Yeah. It's a fun old game, though. It is, I will admit, it's a fun old game.
Well, yeah, if you think about it, it could have been invented at any point in time.
Yeah, Japan is really big for it, but Japan is Japan is pretty... I did say, yeah, Japan is pretty good. But apart from those two... Pardon?
That's because they're Japanese.
Yeah, basically though as well, like, it's only really Japan and America. I can't think of any other countries.
Pakistan, Zimbabwe, India.
Well, India and Pakistan
Peru,
are more
Brazil.
cricket-based. Basically, because they used to be
I
part
thought
of
you just meant in general you can't name any other countries.
No, I can name other countries, but like most of those ones are former British Empire ones, so their cricket's their bigger sports. It's like for Australia, rugby's their biggest sport. Australia, rugby's their biggest sport. Like South Africa, rugby's their biggest sport. Not that they don't have football teams, but their football teams aren't as bigger. Like our biggest sport is football.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in the UK, our biggest sport is football, so we got 40,000 teams. There's even one just randomly somewhere called Punjab United, which that doesn't sound like it would be a football team in England.
No, it sounds like it would be somewhere in the Asia area.
Yeah. I took the piss once and created a team in a story called Cockington FC. I just thought, well, have you ever heard of this story about the hotel? There's a hotel somewhere in the UK. It was called the Cock Inn, and it was in a place called the Ass.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
It was called the place.
I've heard of Cock Island though.
So the letter on basically the address said, the Cock Inn, the Ass. And the place was the Ass, so it said basically number 32. So I think it said something like 69, the Cock Inn. But cock is not...
I mean, that's just begging to have a meme made out of it.
What type of hotel's named that? But there is a place called Cock Inn. Because cock initially didn't mean anything to do with...
Because it was made by a woman and it was really wanting something.
Yeah, but the word cock originally didn't have that meaning, so it was called the Cock Inn.
Yeah, it was Richard.
The word cock used to mean...
Can't deny I'm right.
I didn't catch what you said, to be honest.
Yeah, well, what I said was, yeah, you're right, it's Richard.
It is, yeah, like, yeah, Dick also means, is also a nickname for Richard. So, you know, you've got people like the story of Dick Whittington.
Mm.
Oh, I'm going to create a character called Dick Cockington.
Might as well.
That's a great name. What's your name? Dick Cockington. Yeah, there was even a
Hey,
man...
so when are you gonna do the story I made?
I can do it in the Discord.
Well, short story.
He was a... His name was Burger and he was a bomber.
I'm actually surprised YouTube kept the suicide bombing the wedding tent suicide bombing thing. That's still up on YouTube, by the way.
Honestly, it was a time of great upheaval. The greatest hero in the world was getting married. His name was His name was Big Cock Steve. Big Cock Steve was marrying little Cock Janet, and it was their perfect wedding. It was going perfect until David come out armed with a machete and a bomb, and he said, "Have a wedding, you cocker." Bang. End of story.
I believe I still have it. But
At the end of this is the end of the story. We do not know what happens next. The only thing we know is there was a lot of shooting and a lot of banging. Did you ever see Donald Trump's speech on that when they shot that Iranian general?
no.
There was a lot of shooting.
Oh wait,
there
no,
was a lot
never
of
mind.
blast-
It's not the wedding
there was a lot
tent
of shooting and
suicide
a lot of
bombing.
blasting.
It's the
They
McDonald's
knocked on the
employee
door.
who
They
shoots
knocked
up the
on the door.
McDonald's after getting fired.
They didn't knock on the door. They went through the window. Who does that? You go, knock, knock. Can I come in? I'm like, fucking hell, you're the president of the United States, and you're talking like you're a fucking 9-year-old school teacher. Children, you don't climb through windows when you're in the armed forces. You go, knock, knock. Can I come in? I'm like, fucking this. Is this?
If that don't work, shoot your RPG down the door
I mean-
handle.
I mean, what is this? Is this the U.S. Army or is this the big bad wolf? I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow Bin Laden out of the door. Sorry, I didn't realize how funny that sounded.
That is actually really funny.
I don't know why, but I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow Bin Laden out
You
of
know,
the
I
door.
don't think I don't think either of us should be laughing considering we're both streaming.
Yeah, but that was funny.
Honestly, some of the jokes we can come up with is funny.
Yeah, but all I said was Donald Trump's speech. What was it? He's dead. He's dead as a doornail. Like, honestly, Obama did it when they announced the death of Bin Laden. He did it in 8 minutes. Yeah, ironically though, Obama, when they announced the death of Bin Laden back in 2011, I remember that being on the news. I was aiming a rubber band. Do you mean a rubber band, not a tuber band? Yeah. What was I going to say? No. So Obama, when he announced the death of Bin Laden, 8 minutes, the United States issued an attack which successfully captured and killed Osama bin Laden. And then Donald Trump's thing about that Qasem Soleimani, it was a 45-minute thing, and he goes, they did a lot of shooting and a lot of blasting. He's dead as a doornail. And he goes, I've been searching for him for 3 years. What was it? No, it was what was it, his name? Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And when Donald Trump says that, I've been searching for him for 3 years. Are you, Mr. President? Because the way you've just read his name out sounds like you're reading his name for the first time. And it was when he was trying Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I'm like, fucking hell, Trump, you're just reading his name for the first time and saying you shot him. You've been looking for him for 3 years. I feel sorry for the soldier that had to sniff through his pants to find out if it was him. And Donald Trump claims that in a speech and claims that he's been searching for him. I love this British comedian. This British comedian's honestly brilliant, and he goes, oh, so Donald Trump was the one that had to sniff through his underwear. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah. Said it was in New York, but
That is actually good.
Honestly, I liked Donald Trump as U.S. president just because of the memes. Like you didn't know what he was going to say next. What was the last? What was the funny one? It was, we took the airfields in 1776. That's great because we didn't have it. The first airplane wasn't until 1903. I'm like, what's next? Well, we took the airfields. I'm like, you didn't take any airfields. Fucking, you're the president of the United States and you can't even tell the history of your own country. I'm like, come on.
That's because he's not a historian. He's a professional American idiot.
What, he's the or as one of my favourite British comedians called him, the Dorito in Chief, because of how orange he is. He called him the orange, the orange man baby, or the Dorito in Chief. The airfields in 76. That's what Donald Trump said a few years ago in a thing. We took the airfields, because I don't think he listens to what any of his advisors are saying. I'm having 3 metal rods removed in my leg tomorrow. Bloody hell.
Congrats. What happened to your leg? Tell us in as much detail as you possibly can.
Burger loves details. Oh, I've got an itchy ear. No, but honestly...
No, I just want to see it not show up.
Honestly, when he was US president, he just said whatever he wanted. When he had that fallout... Ironically, the funny thing though, when he fell out with Zelensky in the White House, if you actually listen to that properly, Zelensky's not mentioning Trump, and Trump's just clearly not listening. I actually found it more disrespectful. What was it? You don't have the cards right now. You're gambling with World War III. But what he says is Zelensky actually says we've had negotiations with Russia between 2014 and 2019 200 times. We had 20 ceasefire agreements and none of them worked. And he goes, we talked under President Obama, President Trump, President Biden, now President Trump again, and I hope we can finally get something done. And Trump goes, 2015, I wasn't even president then. And if you listen to it, he's not actually paying attention to what's said. I fell down the stairs and got into a coma and had 3 metal rods put in my legs. My leg was badly broken. Yeah, I remember your dad commented on the stream.
How many stairs did you fall down?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many stairs you fall down. It's how you fall down them.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I fell down some stone stairs when I was 14, and I still have ankle damage to this day because someone kicked me.
Oh, there's this person, right, who at my school, he had a metal in his leg because he had cancer in it. And
yeah.
Well, in his leg, right? And the metal, like, broke in his leg playing football.
Oh.
And then, right? So the ambulance came out because the metal was sticking out of his leg.
Yep.
And the ambulance obviously came, but they didn't have anything strong enough to ease like any pain. So a helicopter had to come in with fentanyl.
Oh, fucking hell. Jesus.
Yeah, because did you actually know that ambulances aren't allowed to carry fentanyl because of people breaking into ambulances to get to it?
Yeah, I fell down some stone stairs in school, and I basically sprained my ankle really badly, and my ankle actually bulged out, so we had to take my shoe off. We had to take my shoe off because my ankle had swelled up that much it could no longer fit in my shoe. That's just how bad it was. We had to rip my shoe off because it had swelled up that bad. Like, it was either that or we would have to chop the shoe. Still alive, I see. What's going on? Falling down the stairs. Yeah, I have fallen down the stairs once before. I did my ankle so bad it swelled up. We had to take my shoe off because my ankle had swelled up that much that it basically... It was either that or we would have had to... Yeah, like a balloon. Actually, I remember pressing it and you could feel this fat, like... your finger would go in and it felt like... You know, like... Yeah, when you got some really squidgy, like really unnatural.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. My ankle was squidgy.
Ew. I don't think your ankle's supposed to be squidgy.
No, but that's after it had swelled up because I'd really injured it. I come in on
Swelt
crutches.
is not a
I
word.
come in on crutches the week later, and the guy in my school year just kicked the crutches straight from me.
Honestly, I know about 10 other people that will do the exact same thing
Someone did it to me.
to a toddler.
Sorry.
To a
Why?
toddler.
Why?
They're clearly not mentally stable.
Good. A gunshot to the head should suffice. I'm joking. Broke his finger off pointing at the door. Yeah, I know my granddad worked in a sawmill in the 1930s, and he lost 3 fingers. So he only had his thumb and the next finger over for like the next 70 years.
Damn, how on earth did he pleasure a woman?
He'd already had the kids.
Oh.
He had the other hand ready though. But when
Was this your granddad?
yeah. Yeah, but when the other fingers were out of action, he still had the other hand. The other hand had to step in and get
We
off
were
the
gonna
subs
say he
bench.
used his mouth.
The other hand came in and was had to come off the subs bench and take over the action.
For God's sake.
It's just how I deadpan delivered it as well. One of my favorite. I'm gonna see a film in a couple of weeks' time. One of my favorite film series is getting a 4th film. It's called The Naked Gun. It's one of the most deadpan comedy films you'll ever watch.
I've heard of that.
It's one of the best deadpan films ever shot. Halfway through this film, he's speaking to his partner, and he goes something about "I love you." He goes, "I love you too," and he goes, "Drugs, getting some drugs." "No, heroin." He's like, "Oh, that's a tall order. You have to give me a couple of days on that." And then suddenly he says something along the lines of, it's O.J. Simpson's character that's saying heroin, and O.J. Simpson's actually trying to tell him that the name of the boat, which is called "I Love You," and there's heroin on that boat, but of course they think he wants heroin.
Oh.
And they say something, he's got a 50% chance of living. There's only 10% chance of that.
Damn.
And there's another one at the end when he goes thing. This guy says something at the end. Worst places to go. He said you could have worse ways. They're talking about worse ways to go in front of the guy's wife that's on the hospital bed, like potentially could die. And the guy goes, "There's worse ways to go." Yeah, and the other guy goes, "Yeah, getting your nuts bit off by a Rottweiler. That's the way I want to go. Getting your foot stuck in a propeller. That's the way I want to go." And you can hear the woman crying. He goes, "Oh, when he gets better." The other guy goes, "When he gets better, when he gets better, he's welcome back at police squad." And the other guy goes, "But only if he's not a drooling vegetable." Jesus Christ. And then they jokingly say something along the lines of, not one man will take a break until the person that done this is in jail." And then he says to the other officer, "Let's go get a bite to eat." Just the film's brilliant. But there's a bit later on with the Queen. He saves the Queen, but he accidentally drags Queen Elizabeth across the table, and there's a photo of the two of them just draped up against each other on the table, and their faces.
It sounds amazing.
It's such a good film. It's just the guy was in his 60s, and there's a bit, you know, like condoms.
Yeah.
There's a bit about are you wearing protection or something like that. And he goes, I carry a really big gun, and you think they're about to go and have sex, and then suddenly it cuts to them just in condom suits. Are you wearing protection? Yeah, and then it goes to the two of them dressed as condoms on the bed, and it's just like, it's a great film. They take the piss with it.
Yeah, but somehow I can tell.
But there's a scene later on which they tie someone up. This guy's tied up, and he's trying to escape, and he's accidentally knocking bowling pins and things off on the shelf on the other guy, oil, anything that's on there. And this other police officer walks in, sees this guy got marshmallows stuck to him, bowling pins, everything. And then there was a real funny line if the officer goes, "You think you what was it? You think you can just target innocent old men? I'll show you." And then you hear punch, 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 and then it suddenly cuts to the officer knocked out on the floor. So it's like the wrong. You think this officer's beating the shit out of him, and then you find the officer knocked out on the floor. I'm like, brilliant film.
What is?
Naked Gun. Basically, how deceptive Doors is.
What?
I said basically how deceptive Doors is. The Naked Gun.
I'm a naked gun.
Yes, you are.
That was a film called Naked Gun.
The Naked Gun. Come on, The Naked Gun's one of the best films of all time. No, The Naked Gun's a great film. It's a No, the old ones. That one's not come out yet, but the old ones are legendary. The condom scene's brilliant. Anyway, thank you for watching, everyone. I'm going to end it. Yeah, watch the condom scene. You think he's about to have sex with someone, then suddenly they come back in the room dressed as condoms. Anyway, I'm going to end this stream. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'll see you all in the next one.